Hello and welcome back to Lorcana Villain. My name is Baker, and today we are going to be presenting to you the finals, the conclusion of the Lorcana Cross Continental Clash. I already feel like I'm a bit too loud. I feel like I need to bring the mic level down a little bit. Please remember that this stream is on a 5-minute delay. But yes, today we're going to be presenting the absolute final match in the legendary Cross Continental Clash. This is not an official Disney Lorcana Ravensburger sanctioned event. This is a fan organised event organised by Pavel and the Pixelbor Connect team, which is a vast team. All sorts of moving pieces that work with the Pixelbor team. The judges that we've had throughout the entire season, of course the players. We're going to spend a lot of today's stream just generally thanking the community, thanking the organisers, but just want to make that clear straight away that this is not an official endorsed event. Words are hard. All of it has been organised by the community, and what an event it's been. The second of its kind. We had the first legendary Cross Continental Clash last year, which was won by Zach Bivens. A shout out to Zach. And yeah, the community absolutely loved them. They were getting some fantastic viewership, and it provided a lot of opportunities for players to play, people to consume more Lorcana content, judges to get more judging, commentators to get an opportunity to cast. So just all round 2 thumbs up. But of course, I am not alone today. I mean, I am right now, but of course, I could not do such a thing on my own. There are normally 2 casters for every match of the LC3. But you get 3. That nearly rhymed, but not quite. But I am joined by 2 incredible casters, incredible Lorcana players, members of the community. We're going to be starting off by introducing to you a fellow connoisseur of Lairs. The stream's just started. It's on a delay. And I need to mute it, otherwise I'm going to hear my own music. I'm going to be introducing you to a connoisseur of Lairs. We have the legendary, the handsome, the wonderful Garrick's Lorcana Lair. If my layers want to reveal themselves when they're meant to. He's coming. You'll be able to see him in a moment. Oh no, we need to take off the Just Baker one. There we go. There's Garrick's Lorcana Lair. And we had an early reveal of Brent, but we'll build back up to that. Hello, Garrick. How are you doing, mate? Welcome.
Doing fantastic. I'm so happy to be back here in the Lair. I've been here once before with my partner in crime, who we will introduce here in a moment. But yeah, we're here for the LC3 finals. I could not be happier to be here. A rematch of a previous match that we had in the bracket. These 2 players were playing 2 different decks at the time. Well, I guess they were playing the same deck, but different from what they're playing today. They were playing Sapphire Steel when that was completely dominating the meta. But today, we've got something special, completely unique and different, and I cannot wait to get right into it.
Yeah, I know, like as you alluded to, 2 players that are very familiar to each other. We will talk a little bit about that as we get into things, but it's great to have you here, Garrick. And yeah, I know you're no stranger to the Lair, and I've got a bone to pick with you, but we'll wait until the other suspect is in the room. A couple of diabolical casters in the Lair. It would not be a Lorcana Cross Continental Clash without fan favourite, incredible player, made day 2 at DLC and created one of the most infamous moments so far in Lorcana's history. All revolving around Be Prepared, so of course I was a big fan of that. You know him, you love him to bits. His name is Brent Mukai. Welcome, how you doing?
Doing good. Was just having a little dance party to get started.
I don't blame you.
There, but excited to be here, excited to be casting alongside you 2 handsome gentlemen, ready to watch some great Lorcana play.
And it will be fantastic Lorcana play. So yeah, 3-man booth is a rare thing. It can be a tricky thing as well, but I think we can do it, lads. I think we can maximize the spirits of the room, or you guys are going to basically make my job easy and hopefully make me look good. That's my hope for today. But before we get into it, we're going to be looking at the decks. The match is going to be starting in 35 minutes from now. Once again, chat, please remember, we are on a 5-minute extreme delay, and the actual match is due to start 35 minutes from now. So we've got some time to look at the deck lists. We've got them ready for you. We've got the players cards, so we're going to tell you all about these wonderful players, build up some hype, and get us really ready to jump into the finals of the LC3. But before we do that, I want to take both of you by the ear and pull you in. Like, we had a deal, and you did not follow through on the deal. I came back to the lair. There was mess everywhere. No, you didn't put anything away, and you locked me out for at least 15 minutes. It was cold. I'm complaining. All right. What do you have to say for yourselves?
You know,
it was a devious idea. Yeah, for sure. Go ahead, Brent.
I was going to say, you know, we made a deal with a cat in a hat, but by the end of it, we forgot to ask him to clean up after himself. That was
cat. You made deals with my cat, so you turned my cat against me as well. Wait.
Yeah, and we gave him a hat. We're taking it straight to the top with the cats.
Looks like it's just me and you again, Brent.
Garrick, yeah, thing 1 and thing 2.
We're taking over the lair once again.
Are these the suspects? Oh, he doesn't want to. He doesn't. He's camera shy today. He took one look at you and you. He's like, nope. I know exactly what's about to happen. I'm gonna get in trouble.
He's a One Piece player.
Oh God. But quite more specifically, because I can forgive that, because let's be honest, you came into the lair, you provided some fantastic commentary for one of my set championship games. So I tell you what, we'll call it even. All right, we'll call it even. But Brent, you specifically, I've got a deeper bone to pick with you, alright? Your people reached out to my people. I was in the desert. I had an umbrella. I didn't know what I was doing there. I didn't know why I was there, what you had planned. I was just like, Brent needs you. He's got cinema in mind. So you need to be in the desert, bring an umbrella. We'll explain everything when we get there. And you never showed up, Brent. What on earth, mate? Come on.
You know, sometimes it's hard to get all of the moving pieces when you have a cinematic masterpiece in mind. You know, it's just tough. You think Avengers knocked it out on the first try? No, they had to build up from Avengers 1 all the way to Avengers 16 or wherever we're at with them. But we'll get there eventually. Maybe on the next card reveal video, I'll get every single piece and I'll have every single Lorcana content creator in one big cinematic universe. But until then, you'll have to deal with just watching me explain it.
For what it's worth, I hope one day you're able to make it happen, because I will give you your credit. You wasted my time, but your idea was cinema. So I want to see that trend. I want to see it put on theatre. Broadway, here we come.
Broadway, here we come.
But yeah, other than that, Bones picked. I once again want to make a point of saying a huge shout out to Pavel and the Pixelbor team for organising yet another fantastic tournament for all of us Lorcana players to enjoy. Like I alluded to earlier, not only has it provided content, but players have had a chance to play against some of the best players in the world and fine-tune their skills. It's given judges an opportunity to, do some judging and especially if you're a newer judge, or even if you're an old school judge, it's never too late to keep it going, especially in off season, right? You want to keep your skills sharp. It's given casters an opportunity to, show what they can do, improve their own skills. So overall, I just think the LC3, this is the second one now, is just a huge net positive for the Lorcana community overall. So I want to give a huge thank you to everyone that's been involved, from player to staff to viewer. We appreciate you massively. One more time, I will say again, it's a pinned comment, but people will miss it. We are on a 5-minute delay. Do let us know if I need to adjust any volumes for myself, Brent, or Garrick. We've got time before the match. It'll be starting in about half an hour from now, so let us know and hopefully give us time to respond to that. But, gentlemen, are you about ready to jump into this and talk about these players and their deck lists?
Absolutely.
All right. The time is now then. So, we're going to be starting off with Moyen. Brent, Garrick, who wants to run us through this player card and tell us about the man himself?
Sure, I can talk about Moyen here. Yeah, love Moyen. He's one of my favorite players in the game. Of course, a staple at the Lorcana podcast, a podcast that I really started listening to when I first got into Lorcana around set before. He's been an incredible pillar within the community for a long time, but also a very excellent player. As you can see here, top 32 in the European Championship, top 16 in DLC Bologna, 33rd. He came all the way to North America to compete in Seattle and was able to make day 2, got 65th in Birmingham, and multiple times top of the pack. An absolutely consistent player, one of the top level players you're going to see here in Disney Lorcana, and of course ran the gauntlet throughout the winners bracket here and made it all the way to the final of the LCCC, the second iteration, the sequel, if you will. And he is trying to bring this one home for Europe, as North America was able to take the last one. We'll see if he's able to do just that.
God, that name's getting longer and longer. The LCCC sequel now. Blimey. I've got plans tomorrow, mate. I can't keep telling everyone the name of this. LC3 is so perfect and no one's buying it. I've been trying to ship this all season and no one's buying it. And I stand by it being perfect. I swear, you're all just doing it to spite me. You're like, that's just annoy Baker. Nonetheless, everything you say is true. And please, Garrick, continue to cook. We'll let Brent talk about the Zan stuff. But Garrick, I'd love if you continue to cook concerning Moyen and talk us through this EA tempo. Just win the game. I have to do the thing. You have to get your stuff in. Please tell us about this deck list. What are your thoughts?
This is a really interesting one. It's an absolute toolbox of a deck. It has a ton of different options in it. You can see the 1-ofs, the 2-ofs that are abundant throughout this list. But what I really like about it is what you said. It is that tempo list that can really take advantage of the early game and the mid game and can survive to the late game to get over that finish line. There are a ton of tools in this deck that I think are going to do really well against Zan's list, which Brent will talk about here in a minute. Specifically, the Sir Hiss, I think, is going to be absolutely invaluable, as well as the Iago. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, when we get to that, I don't believe there are any single target cards, actions, or songs in that deck that can remove either of those cards easily. So they will wreak havoc in the early to mid game while Zan is ramping up to things like Maui Shark. But you do have things to battle back with in the late game. Like I mentioned, you have Cricky, who can take advantage of that extra strength and take out a Maui Shark with something like a Sir Hiss or an Iago, with that Peter Pan, who will give either of them rush. Not to mention the Merlin Crab is in there. The Madam Mim Fox can bounce that. There are so many different tools that you can use throughout the match to take advantage of all these different abilities that you have. Not to mention, you have things in there like Lucifer. You have the Sudden Chills. You have the Hypnotizes with those 2 Prince Johns. So you can also take away your opponent's cards once they spend all that time inking them and ramping up. They're not going to have that many in hand. You can snipe those last few cards with Ursula, with those discard cards, and completely take advantage of the resource game.
Oh.
I cannot hear you, Baker.
Cannot hear you, Baker.
Thanks for pointing that. I was typing, so I muted myself up to not cover your... Yeah, all I said was really great analysis. The only thing I'd add is just like, again, Moyen's someone I know fairly well. I've met him a few times, and I know that, as well as being like just a top-tier player overall, I think one of an argument to be made of the best player in the EU. Really got a really great track record, and really has made his name as a Sapphire player, whether Ruby Sapphire or Sapphire Steel. But I know for a fact that Moyen isn't a one-deck pony, someone that's going to try out everything. I know he played this at the Ravensburger event in Germany, which we both attended last month. And he barely missed top cut. I think he was 73rd, something like that. So I know that he's got some experience playing this in a proper field, and he's been doing really well with it throughout Top Cut. I'm not sure if we mentioned to the audience who might not be familiar, but this was a double elimination bracket for the first few rounds, and then we did a Top Cut, and then the bans happened, and players were allowed to make changes to their deck. So I'm just really looking forward to seeing Moyen pilot this Emerald Amethyst deck. Brent, anything you'd like to add that catches your eye as you look at this deck list?
I'm interested to see how much the crab is going to be at play here. I mean, it's going to be really what I think it's going to come down to is how is Moyen going to answer the Sharks? The Maui half Sharks are going to be an issue. It's going to be a problem. If you get the Sharks down along with the McDuck Manors, I mean, that's really the question Moyen's got to answer. And with only 2 Merlin Crabs, you're going to have to be 2-for-1ing with things like the Sir Hiss and with the Peter Pan Shadow Finder, possibly with the Iago and the Peter Pan Shadow Finder. But that's the one question I'm interested to see how Moyen deals with the Sharks.
Yeah, I mean, we've got these 2 copies of We Don't Talk About Bruno. That feels like it's going to be a pretty important card in the deck for that reason. As you allude to, we do have a couple of evasive things in here, and yeah, only 2 crab, because obviously crab plus evasive is a nice way to be able to deal with an opposing exerted shark, so only having 2 in here is a bit of a shame. But we do have 3 cricky as well, which I think is why we're only playing 2 crab. We've got more of those characters that provide that Challenger 3 or +3 strength in Cricky's case to give us better challenging turns. So now all of our evasive characters are one-shotting a genie. Those 4 Sir Hiss as well, I think, are going to be super important. Like if you've got a Sir Hiss sitting on the board, at any point if Zan does turn a shark sideways, then there is danger that this Cricky or this crab comes down and is able to deal with it. But yeah, I super like the list. Only 2 Prince John, so like we have leaned a lot into that discard package, but you see a lot of Emerald players going down to maybe only 3 Prince John. Do you have any thoughts as to why this is just a 2? Just why is this the cut instead of anything else? Is this not a super important cut?
I'm gonna trust Moyen over my own analysis.
I do. I assume I'm wrong. Yeah. I just want to know why I'm wrong.
Exactly. It's like, why? Garrick, you have insights?
Yeah, I think when you take a look at the list, there are a bunch of other ways to draw cards within the decks. You don't necessarily need to lean on that uninkability that comes with Prince John. That is one of the downsides, one of the only few downsides that comes with Prince John. But you have Improvised to Cycle, you have Friends on the other side, you have 2 Merlin Rabbits. You need to be very cognizant of those Merlin Rabbits as you only have 5 options to bounce that and reoccur that card. But you also have 8 of the cantrip 1-drops in 4 Diablos and 4 Turnabogs. So you have a consistent way to get cards. I don't think you necessarily need the Prince John, but it is a very nice card to have in your back pocket if you have discard cards available to you. So I think that's probably why he's only at 2, because there are so many other options to draw.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good analysis of this deck, and we can do some more once we take Zans into account, though we can definitely point out some specific interactions that might be interesting. So we'll leave it there for the moment for Moyen, and we will move over to the opponent. Brent, please tell us all about Zan Syed.
Oh, what is there not to say about Zan Syed? I mean, the first Lorcana event, the DLC Atlanta, he was top 4. He was in the mix. He was always on online clients at the #1 spot constantly. You would watch this guy. You would go, how is he playing so good and so consistent? DLC Seattle, a top 32. In DLC Toronto, a top 64. And then, of course, in Las Vegas, where you mentioned earlier, I did have my B-Prep moment. I was watching as Zan took it all. Won yet another Golden Mickey. I mean, this guy has accolades that match some of the top teams in Lorcana, let alone all in one man. Multiple-time winner of multiple tournaments. He's been on a tear lately, going to all of the ones around Atlanta where he's based. Winner of the CCS 8K, rank 1 on Pixelbor. I mean, top 4 in the Nationals. Only losing out to fellow Lorcana champion Ed Chu. I mean, this guy is crazy. And on top of it all, he provides so much insight and so much detail on his podcast, Club Lorcana, where he and his co-host Jeremy Bertrioni will every single week come on and speak their thoughts and talk to us mere mortals of Lorcana about what the top tier players are thinking about and how the top tier players' brains work. I mean, Zan Syed, at this point, if you play Lorcana and you don't know Zan Syed, what rock have you been under? Did somebody cast Under the Sea onto you if you don't know who Zan Syed is? Anyways, let's take a look at the list. He's a master of all decks, known for his Emerald Steel discard, but of course, bringing in the Ruby Sapphire Shark, looking a lot like one of his teammates on world-class cards. I believe he just left the team, but DKP, who sort of invented and popularized this deck. We got so many threats. Of course, you got the ramp on 2 with the Sail the Azurite Sea. Of course, we got the 4 popsicles. Who hasn't played against a Ruby Sapphire deck at this point? The Bell, so dangerous when you get that popsicle Bell on turn 1. It's like there's so many options. Obviously, the Grammatala being there to cycle through cards, also being able to sing How Far I'll Go. Notably, no Hiram Flaversham, unfortunately. However, we still do have the Shark. We still do have the Tamatoa. No Lucky Dime, but we got the McDuck Manor to put your opponent into a rough spot, because when you get that Shark down and your opponent doesn't want to quest, doesn't want to challenge, doesn't want to do anything, you start putting the clock on them with this McDuck Manor. You can also protect the McDuck Manor with the B preps when it starts getting a little bit scary. And of course, a Pirate's Life mixed in with the Shark, always a dangerous combo, because if you let your opponent, Zan Syed, start cycling through, reclaiming the Pirate's Life turn after turn after turn, you're just losing lore. Zan's gaining lore. Those Sharks, always so nasty. A game-changing meta card. It's hard to see. It's hard to see how Emerald Amethyst will stack up, but I say that a lot about a lot of matchups and then get pleasantly surprised. So as much as I am interested to see how Zan plays this deck, I'm interested to see how Moyen wants to counter. Fellas, have I left anything out? I'm excited for this match.
I can tell. I'm glad to hear it. No, I think you hit an awful lot of nails on the head, and we kind of see... we'll come over to you in a moment, Garrick. I'd love to get your thoughts, but just add on to the end of Brent's comments there. We see kind of the polar opposites for these two decks, right? Because this Ruby Sapphire deck just saying, I have some of the best high-leveled cards in the game, like the likes of the Sharks, the Tamatoas. Obviously, be prepared. When you get to that point in the game, that's always a game changer. Pirate's Life obviously synergizing so well with the Shark and all of these actions. But basically saying, look, I'm just going to spend a few turns pulling up my ink, get to that point where I've got 6, 7, 8 onwards, and then I'm just really going to take over the game and like put these huge characters into play. Whereas Moyen's deck, while it does have some mid-range and some control elements, of course, through the discard, it's a much more aggressive deck, and I think that's going to be a big part of the strategy for Moyen. Is like how much what can you put on the clock by the time it gets to I play Be Prepared and I start like really being able to counter your board. But one thing, and then I'm going to hand over to you, Garrick, and I'd love to get your thoughts on this list, that I feel that Moyen is going to be relieved is not in this deck, which quite easily could have been, is of course that big Sisu. Because that into Moyen's deck will be absolutely backbreaking. So that is certainly something that Moyen can have a slight sigh of relief about. Garrick, what are your thoughts on this deck list that Zan has brought, this archetype in general, and how do you think it's going to play into Moyen's list?
Yeah, I totally agree with your last estimation there about the Sisu, because the Emerald Amethyst deck has the Ursula Deceiver, which can take those Be Prepareds, but cannot take Sisu. That is something that Moyen does not have to worry about on the side of Zan. But as Brent mentioned, we do have the one-drop Bell. If we're able to go Popsicle into Bell on turn 1, that's able to stifle a lot of that early aggression that the Emerald Amethyst deck is going to need to carry itself over the finish line and gain some momentum before we start getting all these big cards onto the board, the Mauis, the Maui Sharks, the Tamatoas. And then once we get into that late game, we see we have all of these cards like 4 Develop Your Brain, we have 4 Vision of the Future, 4 How Far I'll Go, 4 Sail the Azurite Sea. We have so many ways to cycle through our deck and look through our deck to find the exact right answer that we need. And this is consistency personified. I mean, take a look at the numbers across the board here. We only have 2 lines on the deck list. All of these cards are in here in bunches because they're all very, very good. And if you need to find any specific one, you have so many ways to do that. And this is just going to be an absolute powerhouse of what I just said, consistency. So we're going to need to see that Emerald Amethyst deck try to turn this deck off from its strategy and get it off the rails a little bit, make it a little bit more inconsistent with those things like the Ursula Deceiver that I mentioned and those discard cards. You want to make this deck stumble, because if this deck stumbles, then you can take advantage of it as the mid-range tempo deck.
Yeah, 100%. 8 uninkables, like that's pretty good going. Like, and something worth pointing out as well is that for the turn 2 ramp, obviously we play 4 Tipo, 4 Sail because we just want the turn 2 ramp, regardless of what it is. But I think in vast majority of situations, you would rather see Sail because of the extra card draw. And don't get me wrong, if you've got an uninkable problem in your hand, then you would prefer the Tipo to help with that. But I think this list in particular of 8 uninkables, I don't necessarily see that being the problem. But I still think in this matchup in particular, you're definitely going to want to see that Tipo on 2. Don't get me wrong, if you get the turn 1 bell, it may not matter as much. And I think that, like, whether or not Zan gets this turn 1 bell is going to be such a pivotal first turn that is going to shape the entire match. Like, it really will. I'm not going to say it's going to decide the match, but immediately, if we see that bell, I think it puts it a lot more in Zan's favour as opposed to Moyen, just his ability to help with some of these early aggressive characters that Moyen has. But if we don't see the turn 1 bell, then this Tipo is going to be pivotal, because there are, I think, 3 Cursed Merfolk in Moyen's deck list. I'll just double check that now. Wrong one. I want to get rid of that. Moyen deck. Zan's deck. And I need to get rid of Zan's player card. There we go. Yeah, 3 copies of Cursed Merfolk. So this is something you absolutely want to get rid of, right? I mean, also the Chernobog, but if the Chernobog's on the board and the Tipo comes down, that Bog either doesn't quest or it quests and draws a card. You're probably never taking that out. But the Cursed Merfolk, you want something to be able to take that out. And Zan is missing a card that we would often see in the DKP version, which is that Super Goof. Another way of creating that burst lore and give you a better matchup into aggro. Again, referring back to the Ravensburger tournament last month, because DKP was there as well. And I remember hearing complaining a lot about how often he was running into aggro. And I think he was only running 1 Super Goof, but you can see why that's a super important card, right? Not only to help you equalize the board, have something to challenge, but help you keep up in the lore race while your opponent's questing away. But like I said, I think this turn 1 bell is going to be such a, again, not a decider, but it's going to give us a good idea of how this match could potentially go. The lack of Sisu, obviously great for Moyen, but this Ruby Sapphire deck doing all the things that Brent has laid down, all the points that Garrick's added, super strong, creates this sort of 2-pronged attack, which is an expression I take from Ed Toon, North American champion, when talking about locations, where you just create these multiple threat lines, basically, which your opponent just can't ignore. And in a deck like this in particular, that you playing the mana to incentivize your opponent's turn sideways is just helping you, because then you've got targets for the shark. So, yeah, pretty scary, really consistent looking. I think this turn 1 bell is going to be huge. These Mauis are going to be huge as well. There is a chance, though, that Zan opts to try and skip turn 5. Like, if he can get a Vitalosphere down at some point in the early game, and he can jump straight to 7 somehow, and just, like, if on 5 ink, all you can do is how far I'll go just to get to 7, so that you can either be prep or so that you can Maui Vitalosphere. But as Garrick said, these Ursa Deceivers make these B preps not exactly safe. So yeah, I think we've got a banger on our hands regardless, lads, because these 2 players are fantastic. Again, Moyen brought this Emerald Amethyst deck list to Ravensburger. It was post-bans, but there was still a lot of Ruby Sapphire in the room, and as predicted as such. So I've got to believe that Moyen is prepared to take on Ruby Sapphire. He knows the lines. He knows what he needs to do to beat it. So it's just a matter of playing it out and seeing what happens. Any last comments you lads want to add about these decks? We've got about another 5 minutes before I'm going to jump into the match screen. And hopefully my boxes are cut correctly and we can go as soon as possible. But yeah, any other comments you lads want to make about this particular matchup and how you think it might play?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say on the bell line, the turn 1 bell, I think that, like, like we've all said, is very important. But we got to make sure it gets off on a popsicle, because if you go Bell into a Curse Merfolk on the Vitalosphere, and then you're forced to discard a card off the Curse Merfolk, that's such negative tempo. Of course, Zan might be forced to do something like that to try and stifle the early aggression. But if it is a Vitalosphere, that could, spell disaster. And like you mentioned, Baker, the super goof being gone here, I think is very important, because we typically skip that turn 3 straight into turn 4 with these decks because we're ramping on 2. So that gives you an incredible option to stop the aggression. But with a Gramatala coming down, for example, it might be a little bit harder for Zan to stop that early aggression from the Emerald Amethyst. It'll be really interested to see the alter phase specifically, to see what Zan goes for in this matchup. I think we know that Moyen's probably going to try and go aggressive here, get those early evasives onto the board to gain a bunch of lore that is basically uninteractable, because Zan has no answers until the Maori Shark. But I'll be really interested to see what Zan alters for.
For sure. And one last thing I thought of, I said like maybe Tipo is the preference if you don't hit Bell, just so you've got a body. Another reason you might want it to be Tipo is if Zan decides that it's better just to empty his hand. If Moyen does get that Prince John online, then maybe Zan says, okay, well, like, maybe I can just empty my hand as much as possible, get myself up, like, at a point quickly where I'm at 6 ink, and hope that my top decks are good to me, because, again, Visions, how far I'll go, Develops are all super nice cards to help you dig towards the pieces that you actually need. But at the same time, Moyen's got those options, right? If Zan does empty his hand, then Moyen goes the rabbit way of life. So I think it's going to be super, super interesting. One thing I do, of course, want to bring up before we go over to our match screen momentarily. But, gentlemen, I'm sure that you are both well aware by this point, like the second LC3, that these events, though they were created by Pavel and the Pixelbor team, they were actually spoken of many, many years before. In fact, this whole thing was prophesized. Could you believe such a thing? You should.
I've heard tale.
You've heard tales, as you should. There is lore out there. We ain't questing for nothing, lads. All this questing is for a reason, you know. We are assembling lore, and it has come to our understanding that the Lorcana Elders, praise the Lorcana Elders, praise be, who were the original Lorcana players, the first net deckers, or the enablers of net deckers, I suppose would be the better way of putting it, but we won't
the ancient
that now.
Net deckers.
The ancient net deckers. They left all sorts of premonitions, prophecies, descriptions, or most specifically, ancient scriptures. And these scriptures, Brent, Garrick, what a moment we're about to share together. You and I, you and me together. They did indeed speak of the future, like the future of Lorcana, the moments to look out for, the moments that were of significance, the moments that would bring joy and peace and harmony to my new empire. Sorry, Star Wars. But really good things, basically. And I've been searching, gentlemen, ever since this match was announced. I was like, surely such a final would have been spoken about in the ancient scriptures. And lads, I went on a long old trek that led me through the desert, through multiple lairs, and finally up to the tallest of heights, where I did find a scripture depicting this final. And I did I did carve it out. I got paper and a rock and did that thing where you just like what Indiana Jones does to the stone.
Sketching.
I did that, and it came out rather well. And gentlemen, I'd love to just feel the awe come off of you as I show you the premonition of Syed versus Moyen. And here it was, prophesied, depicted as so.
How did they know? How did the ancient Lorcanians know that this would be the final of the LCCC? And for you to find it, and then sketch it out on a piece of paper with a crayon, and for it to come out this good?
Right. You can make
Ladies
it all
and
out.
Gentlemen, for a treat.
Garrick, can I get your thoughts? This is clearly a significant moment in your career.
Be honest, I'm a bit speechless. These two gentlemen going hand in hand, clashing at their full power. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I am glad. I knew gentlemen esteemed as such as yourselves would appreciate such a thing. Chat is kind of hit or miss, but for those of you that can appreciate such a thing, what a moment we are sharing.
Real lore heads know.
The lore heads know. What a moment that we are sharing, all of us together. So, this is the part where I am going to, yes, it is being shared. Before we get into it, though, I do want to make a point of shouting out quite specifically. Your judge for the finals of the LC3, we have John Illumineers. So can we get some love for John in the chat? A shout out to all of our wonderful judges providing their services throughout this event.
Thank you, John.
And good John has indeed began sharing the Pixelbor Connect, but I'm waiting for him to show the actual Pixelborn screen so that I can. I'll tell you, I'll switch over now. Let's go over to the match screen for a moment. This is the match screen, Illumineers. So here we are, and you can see the deck lists are also here, so you can keep an eye on them during the match. And Lore and Ink will appear in these smaller boxes to the left. And then, of course, gameplay at the top or the bottom. But I'm just waiting for the Pixelborn screen to be available to me in our Pixelborn Discord chat. And then I'll be able to make sure that those boxes are correct so that you can see everything that's going on. And then we'll give the go-ahead for these wonderful players to start. While we're waiting for that, Garrick, I believe you've got a project in the work at in the works at the moment. Which, if you'd like to plug a little bit, this would absolutely be the time while we're just waiting for the players and the judges to get themselves sorted. So please tell us what you've got on the horizon at the moment, Garrick.
Yeah, I am working on talking about lore, I am working on that fabled part 2 of the entire Lorcana story. My first video went off really, really well. It's my most popular video by a country mile, and the community really embraced it, and I've been getting a ton of comments. When's part 2? When's part 2? When's part 2? Well, I want the arc to be finished before I make another one, so we have Shimmering Skies to Reign of Jafar now basically completed. Once I get my hands on that heist and some cards, I'll be able to fill in the blanks. But yeah, I'm really excited to release that. I've been writing the script. It's massive, and I've got a ton of amazing content creators who are going to be helping me out with that. Of course, Baker and Brent are lending their voices to it. JDZ Quest is lending his voice. Katie from the Lore Keepers Inn is going to be lending her voice. Kimberly Ann is going to be voicing Arcasia, and I'm really, really excited to hear her take on that. And Spessy is also doing a voice. So we've got a bunch of content creators coming together, and hopefully it's my editing is able to live up to all of these amazing voices that are being lent to it, as well as my writing. But we'll see how that goes. I'm really excited for it. Hopefully, like in the next 2 weeks, it'll be done. It'll be out, and everyone can see it. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun.
What a cast! I mean, like,
yeah, I know.
Present company, you know, obviously Brent's Brent. But, you know, I'll try and not let you down, my guy. But overall, what a cast. That is fantastic. Don't tell me who Spessy's voicing. I want to be surprised. I want to be surprised when I'm watching it. And I'm gonna be the Leonardo DiCaprio, like, that was it. That was Spessy. That was, wow, what a cast. And yeah, I have seen your first video. If like with the editing, if that was anything to go by, then I think we're all in good hands. And yeah, fair play to you for doing so. Right at the beginning of the channel, I did a little bit of lore stuff because like I love the lore. Like it's one of my favorite things of Lorcana overall. But the algorithm just didn't like it, especially then, like, because again, if you upload content that's too different from your usual, then the algorithm doesn't always like it. Like, you've got story content on your channel now, so the algorithm knows it's good that you can push it. But didn't do great for me. But hey, I'm so glad that someone talented is, like, recording it as we go, because I love that. I love being able to... Like, it's the sort of video that I could see myself... Okay, tell me if you're the same as me. When you go to sleep, are you a silent sleeper, or do you have to have something on?
I have to have a fan. on at least.
Okay, what about
like
you,
a
Brent?
white noise.
What about you, Brent?
I need rain noises. I'll fall asleep to like compilations of like shows, and they're like Brooklyn Nine-Nine moments to fall asleep to. I'll listen to.
I mean, that's kind of a perfect example of what I was going to say. So, like, I need noise. I cannot have nothing. But, like, it's got to be comfort shows. And it also can't be something I haven't seen, because then you're subconsciously listening to it, you get interested in it, and then you want to watch it, and now you're not sleeping. So it's got to be something that I know like the back of my hand. It is like a really comfort watch. And my go-to generally is video game lore YouTube videos. Elden Ring, Metal Gear Solid, The Legend of Zelda, list goes on and on. Like, those are my, like, comfort picks. Like, a nice... If the video starts off long ago, I'm like, yes, I'm hooked. Like just a nice, soothing voice, like, with just some simple sound effects and stuff. Mwah. That's a bit of me. So what I'm saying to you, Garrick, is I may end up sleeping to your voice. That was a very roundabout long way of trying to describe. Right, I am now seeing the Pixelbor screen, so I am going to start loading that into the boxes. So I'm going to ask you two to fill some time for me. But before you do, I have just received confirmation. This is going to be best of 5 Illumineers.
Oh, wow. I thought it was going to be best of 3, but here we are. We're going late, and hopefully we get all 5. That would be amazing.
What I think that would be.
We'll see. I'd like to take a sec here, just appreciate the audience, the chat room here. Somebody, Sarah Dillon, saying Baker's ability to vamp/improv is truly another level, and I agree. I mean, I've watched several of your live cast streams, Baker, and it is incredible how you just turn water into wine. You can take any subject, even what do you fall asleep to, and just talk it over. A lot of fun here.
Thank you very much.
I want whatever Brent is on. That's life, baby. I'm on some life in Lorcana. That's it, some L&L. And a lot of people speculating. A lot of people saying the match seems about 50-50. Mad for Cam saying RS tries to craft the perfect hand and GP makes you strip tools you plan to use. Great, I'd say approximation of what this match might look like here. Garrick, anything you want to share? Anything you want to plug right now? I mean...
Man, I'm just really happy to be here. I'm really grateful and thankful for the opportunity that Pavel has given me. Of course, Baker allowing us to be on the channel as well. I mean, Baker spoke about it earlier. This has been a huge opportunity, not just for the players, but the casters and the judges as well, me especially. I've really wanted to do casting and didn't really know how to get into it. I was sitting at home practicing casting DLCs that were muted just for fun. And I was like, oh, let me send these to Ravensburger. Maybe they're good. I don't know. And then Pavel was like, hey, I'm doing this thing on Twitter, the LCCC. And I was like, that sounds cool. Let me throw my hat in the ring. I never in a million years thought that I would get selected. I am so grateful to Pavel for giving me the opportunity. And since that first LC3, as Baker calls it, I've just had so many incredible opportunities in Lorcana. And yeah, I'm just thankful for it every day. And I've got to meet both of you amazing people and all of these players. And it's just so exciting. I love this game. And I'm really excited to see this match and see what the future of Lorcana has.
If I knew that
better myself, Garrick. I mean, man,
you
brought to me when we first did our first little casting for the first LCCC. You were like, "Hey, let's do some practice," and I was like, "How do we practice?" And you were like, "Let's just." Off camera, let's just watch a DLC and pretend like we're going over it. And I thought that was the most fun, like, low stakes ever. Now you're setting up your own events in the DMV area. I mean, Team Inc. going off. You got an event coming up, don't you?
It's like the most awkward.
Yeah, we have an event coming up. We have the Inc. Invitational in 2 weeks, and then after that, hopefully we have a bunch of crazy stuff on the way. Bigger and better tournaments. Those are all the efforts of Matt Hash and Matt Dixon, the Mats as they're called. guys, and they are doing their best to really grow the scene out here in Virginia and Maryland. And we've got, I can't spoil any of it because I have to reveal it during that stream, but I'm really excited for a bunch of stuff that we have coming up for that.
A lot on the horizon. I'm super glad, by the way, and like I'll do it now in case I forget later. But like, I hope this doesn't come across, because I sometimes I don't say things like this because I don't want it to seem like I'm being patronizing or talking down. But I will say, I'm like, as someone that doesn't know you well, I'm super proud of you because I see your grind. I see how hard you're working for it. So for what it's worth, you know, fair play. Villain stamp of approval for whatever that's worth. So keep it up, man. And I truly hope and believe one day we'll see you up on the big screen, the big stage. And yeah, Brent, obviously the community loves you. You're an absolute fan favorite, and you're everything you do turns to gold. So it is my pleasure to have the two of you with me here tonight. No one else I'd rather be with on a what day is it? On a Wednesday evening. Nonetheless, I do believe our players are ready. The boxes were cut correctly. I'm a genius. Pat on the back for me. And I think we are pretty much all good to go. Again, it's going to be best of 5. So yeah, any last things you guys want to add before I give the go ahead to our wonderful players?
Nothing I can think of.
Alrighty. Yep, I've just given the go ahead. Let me get the screen back up so you can actually see what's going on. Not sure who's going first. I'm not sure if they've already done the die roll or not. Maybe they have.
Baker, just as a little housekeeping,
yes.
The lore and ink are supposed to be in those little boxes on the left.
Thank you for pointing that out. No, they're not. Okay, I know what's happened. Thank you for pointing that out. Excellent. So this one is Zan's. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant. I knew there was something, but I couldn't work out what it was. I just had this feeling like something's not right. What do you smell? Man flesh.
Garrick, as always, on top of the production.
On top of it.
My guy.
What would I do without? There we go. Okay. How is that?
Beautiful.
Good to me.
Man, I'm pumped.
All right, I think we are all ready. I've given the go-ahead to the players, which I'm assuming John has seen. Yep, he has seen it, so probably just giving last comments to the players. And then we'll be proceeding with the grand finals of the Lorcana Cross Continental Clash! Will I get to sing Be Prepared tonight? This is the question.
That is the question.
And will you both be singing it with me? The answer is yes. Just so you know.
Yeah.
Not really a question.
As long as
it's more like I'm serving you.
As long as those Ursulas allow it to be played or sung, we will get it.
Yeah.
For sure.
Just one. I just need one. I need one. Zan, let him have. Sorry, Moyen, let him have one. Also worth mentioning, like, Moyen, very, like, experienced with Ruby Sapphire himself, so he's going to be super used to how this deck is going to want to play out. But also Syed, I know he's played a lot of Emerald Steel, so none of the Emerald cards are probably going to catch him too off guard, and I've got to assume he's done some playtesting with Emerald Amethyst. Again, Zan strikes me as a player that plays a bit of everything. I don't think these are players that... I mean, they probably have their pet decks, but I don't think they're not like me, stubborn, always going to play red-purple no matter how good or bad it is. They're going to play what they think is best, and they're going to work that out by giving everything a try and reading the meta. So we're going to see just the shuffle here for players that may not know, just putting the dice on top of the deck so that the opposing player can choose in which order they would like these various Halfens to be placed. Gives the opponent an opportunity to cut. Still not sure who's going to be going first, but maybe they'll do the dice roll now if they've already done it. We'll find out shortly. Moyen has the play. Was that? Thank you, John. There was a voice for. There was a voice. I wasn't sure if it was the stream or the voices in my head. I may have said too much, but it does appear that Moyen is on the play. You'll love to see it, and we are going to get to see the altar here, which Garrick, you made a point of saying earlier. You were very interested to see what would be altered.
Zan mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, for sure. Really interested to see what Zan goes for specifically here. He has the bell, he has the Tipo. So he's got a great start here if he can find that popsicle, but we'll see if he decides to keep the bell and risk it. On Moyen's side, you have a 1-drop, you have the 2-drop.
I'm wondering if he's keeping that Ursula Deceiver as the one card he's going to keep here, or if he's going to discard it. I'm trying to figure out why you in what world you would keep the Kit Cloud Kicker, though, because that seems like almost a completely useless card against Ruby Sapphire. So is he thinking about pitching back 6 here in the altar? And he is.
Yeah.
Wow. Huh.
Well, there you go.
The man who knows this matchup.
We got a game, gentlemen. We got a game. Going 6.
He got the Cursed Merfolk. I think that's probably what he was looking for here on the play, and he has that Sir Hiss. So this is a pretty explosive start for Moyen, most definitely. As we just send back the B prep for Zan.
Yeah, this kit
the
probably
one
not going to do much. Probably just be ink,
probably
hitting
ink well. One notable thing about Zan is that he does have the bell, but he doesn't have the turn 1 item to drop. So, ooh.
Yeah, that's huge. We said right at the beginning that whether or not we got this turn 1 bell online was going to be certainly a big decider of where the emphasis is going to be for this match. You know, is Moyen going to get the chance to get out a lot of lore early, or is this spell going to be able to help clean them up? We had the bell. There are 6 items in the deck. Did not find it. So that spells pretty good for Moyen, who has a Cursed Merfolk in hand. I think this straight away. I think this Cursed Merfolk gets at least 4 lore. We do have the Tipo for the turn 2 ramps. That's going to be a body to establish. Again, the Merfolk will force a discard, but at least will allow Zan to stem the bleeding a little bit. And now just doing our final shuffle and giving the opponent an opportunity to cut post altar. And gentlemen, here we go. Ink kit play Merfolk, lads. Any other any other takers? Is that
I think you might be right.
I think that's exactly it.
Oh, thank God.
Yep. Baker off to a great commentating start. Calling the exact play.
Had to happen eventually, Brent.
I'm going to say Ink Bell pass here.
Yeah. Yeah. Do we develop? I see we do develop, right?
Oh,
yeah,
we go for the develop.
Oh, we do develop.
I mean, like, we've got the turn 2 ramp, but we don't have a
Might as
Tala
well.
for turn 4, or at least to how far I'll go.
There's the Shark.
Yeah, Shark's pretty good. Did you catch what that card he put at the bottom? Because that's, again, that's all information, right? It's mostly 4-ofs in Zan's deck, but, like, if that's a B prep or another Shark or whatever, like, these things are important to note. Another Sir Hiss for Moyen, just ink another kit. Like, is it something you ever think you need in this matchup? Like, are you really bouncing a Tipo? Maybe.
I'm wondering
just to keep your
if
Merfolk alive.
You keep the kit in case Zan chooses to do a Tipo over a sale. Maybe not. Maybe I guess that's the wrong
It was an
play.
option though, right? Like that's what I just thought at the end there. Like maybe just to keep your Merfolk alive a little bit longer, but it does allow Zan to like really ramp quickly and like and get. Yeah, I don't know. But nonetheless, we play the Ursula. Moyen's going to get a look at the hand. And 1 Sigh of Relief for Zanzai. Didn't have the start he wanted, but no song. So, it's not going to be punished by this Ursula. There are, I think, 11 songs in the deck. 4 B prep, 4 How Far I'll Go, 3 Pirates Life. So, okay, not bad.
Yeah. That Ursula, kind of a gamble, especially when you know that Zan only altered 1 card. Probably going to be... Zan probably heads up enough to understand that Ursula Deceiver would be coming down. But, yeah, unfortunate for Moyen here. And now we'll see if Zan does indeed go with the Sail or the Tipo. I'm interested to see what he decides to do here, because that Tipo would be able to threaten the Cursed Merfolk. And you did watch Moyen just ink 2 Kit Cloud Kickers. So what's the chance he has a third?
Yeah, very true. I think you do want to get the Tipo down here just to get that lore off of the board, but also keep in mind there are no Go-Go's in the deck for Moyen, so he doesn't have that reach. He doesn't have Merlin Goats either. So it's something to think about, certainly, but the Tipo does come down, so we can challenge that Cursed Merfolk next turn.
What are we going to put into the Inkwell courtesy of this Tipo? Again, a shame that we don't have a 4-drop character. You got to think Zan would love to find a Tala or a How Far I'll Go off the top of the deck next turn. At worst, I suppose we could put a Bell down just to apply another body. But we do have Maui on turn 5, so that's also going to be important.
And Tamatoa, happy as a clam, hitting the Inkwell. I would have thought it would be the Bell, but maybe there's something Zan's thinking of for the future here.
No items yet, right? And there are 3 other Tamatoas in the deck. And again, I think he may need to play this Bell on the next turn if he doesn't find if he doesn't find a turn 4 character. Can you sail first? No, because then you can't have enough to play the Bell. Yeah, no, you can. Yeah. So you could go into your turn. Yeah, you ink, you sail, you ink again. Yeah, so you could sail Bell next turn is a line just to put something on the board if you wanted. But yeah, Tala or How Far I Go I think is going to be the preference. But this Merfolk, straight away, like we said so many times, just can this Merfolk sit there from turn 1 and get some quests off? And it seems like it's going to be getting a few more lore.
Yeah, and Moyen really thinking out the turn here. He's trying to remember every card that was in Zan's hand and every potential play that could come down on the next turn. These are really, really important turns, the early turns for the Emerald Amethyst. This is where you need to make your living. This is where your bread and butter is. You need to get cards down onto the board and start questing before the Ruby Sapphire deck takes control, and Sir Hiss is going to help with that a lot, as it is a 3 strength character that cannot be brawled. It also has evasive, so it dodges everything in the deck other than Maui Shark.
We're just going wide here. We've run on a Sir Hiss and a Chernobog's followers. This followers will most likely just pop and grab another card next turn. A Cricky is nice to have. Like, we're not looking for a challenging turn just yet. Zan doesn't have anything already established. But it can just represent that 3 lore. We are going to see that sail, drawing us another card. We found a McDuck Manor. There is the B prep. That feels like pretty huge. But we've got, we sailed, so we've got a little bit of ramp, but we're still a couple of turns off of it. So really, if Moyen finds another 2-cost Ursula, is going to be a big decider in how this match goes. Otherwise, the B prep on turn 7, on 7 ink turn for Zan is going to be big. This Tipo looking like it is going to challenge into the Merfolk, and we're just going to discard the B prep. I suppose, if you do get Ursula'd, then, it's just, you cry, right? So...
Yeah, and you don't want to cry, so Zan smartly puts the B prep into the discard here. Now the question is, what do you ink? The McDuck Manor, I would have thought, would be a nice card to hold back and have, but Zan smartly identifying that maybe this Maui with the rush, a huge body, and says both of them are going to hit. The Shark, the Brawl, and the Bell still in hand. So the question is, do you want to... I got to assume you're going to Bell here instead of brawling, unless you try to brawl the Chernobog's followers, but that doesn't necessarily feel like a great...
Does take that play that you were just discussing, Brent, is going to brawl that Chernobog. It's again, it doesn't feel like the highest of value, but Moyen's only got 2 cards in hand. It's denying him 1 card. Hey, I'm never going to bet against Syed.
There's we don't talk about Bruno. That's going to be a huge card in this matchup. Yeah. And speaking about the Brawl, I think that was the right play to go for. It saves you a lore and it saves a card in Moyen's hand. So the Bell not really doing anything immediately, but that we don't talk about Bruno will be able to answer the Shark here next turn for Moyen. If he's able to get the ink down, we are low on resources in hand, and for the Inkwell, getting rid of that Chernobog's followers, pretty devastating for Moyen right now, not having that availability to get another card into the hand for an additional option.
Yeah, I think you're right. This Bruno's huge. Like, Moyen doesn't know that Zan's got the shark, but he's got, like, again, there are 4 sharks, 4 Tamatoa in the list. One of the Tamatoa has been inked, but you've got to respect the possibility of it. So this Bruno's got to feel important, so then it's a question of ink. We are going to ink that Cricky. I did wonder if there was a world where we inked the Diablo and played the Cricky, but then if you miss ink next turn after a shark comes down or a Tamatoa, then that's pretty bad. We're going to play Diablo instead. Hey, at least this Diablo can represent a card draw if this Tipo turns sideways, so we've got 2 opportunities to find the 5th ink for this Bruno.
Yeah, we'll see what Zan gets, because he could be empty-handed here. It's a shark, so you're guaranteed to discard a shark with this Bruno, which is huge.
It's going to be a mind game in a moment, because this shark is going to get bounced back to hand, and then Moyen's going to hit the shark, or one of the sharks, and then it's going to go, okay, I got it. And then there's another one, just waiting to come on down. Passing back over to Moyen, of course, put the harsh shark down. We find Peter Pan Shadow Finder. So I talked about, like, if we missed ink, that could be really bad, but we could have another shot at it. We could put this Diablo into the Tipo. Doesn't feel great. We would rather just be questing with it, but do we have to? Like, do we have to Bruno this turn? I think we should.
Yeah. I would say it's a must. There's one card in Zan's hand.
Can't 2 for 1. Like, I was like, you can put this Peter Pan Shadow Finder down, sure, but then you 2 for 1. That feels bad as well. We are going to put that Diablo into the Tipo.
You gotta pray you draw ink.
We do find it. We do find the ink, so I'm pretty sure this Hypnotizer is going to go straight into the discard, and then we're going to play. We don't talk about Bruno, no.
Oh!
Or we're going to go for Hypnotized.
All right, shows what I know.
Oh, look at that. We'll go 2 for 1 on the sharks. We'll get the Hypnotized, get rid of that shark, and we'll Bruno next turn, everybody.
To be fair, like, I don't think Moyen is going to give this shark an opportunity to challenge here.
Right.
Moyen knew that he was emptying Zan's hand by playing that Hypnotize, so he's playing off the top, so every chance that we don't see an action, we'd love to see a vision of the field. We said about how far I'll go is about as good as it could possibly be, other than like a vision or something. No, I think how far I'll go is better. So we have, so this is the, okay, so now for Zan, he's thinking, okay, I could sing with this shark. Looks like he's going to pay the ink instead. Because if this shark does turn sideways, Zan has to respect Moyen's ability to play a crab or another Cricky to boost this Sir Hiss to take out the shark. So
right. And Moyen, to that point, already has the answer because he has the Peter Pan Shadow Finder in hand. He'd be able to rush in with the Sir Hiss and the Peter Pan Shadow Finder if that shark goes sideways. So Zan with a very heads-up play here. Zan a little bit on the ropes here.
Yeah, I think I'd much rather the crab or the Cricky. I don't really want a 2 for 1 into the shark, but I think you're right, Brent. If there was no other option, you might just be forced to.
Sudden Chill goes crazy. No Sudden Chill.
Another Peter Pan Shadow Finder. We do have the Iago in hand. This Tipo has turned sideways, but again, like, this is the bait, right, that Zan sets up to, go on, take out my Tipo, turn you guys sideways, and let my Maui half-shark feast.
Yeah.
Yep, and Moyen doing exactly what he needs to do. I'm wondering here if you elect to do exactly that, play the Bruno down, but you'll have to ink the Iago, which is also another. Yeah, looks like he's going for it here. Oh,
it's a tough decision because you want to get that card out of the hand to make sure you guarantee that the Maui Shark gets discarded. But next turn, I mean, the Ruby Sapphire deck has such an ability to fill its hand up really, really quickly, and then your odds of getting the Shark are even lower. So just go for the Bruno now and see if you can get it. You've already got one.
We'll see if you get the other. 50-50 right here. I'm going to say almost for the match here, because if Moyen is able to take away this shark, he takes away 2 out of 4 of the humongous threats that Zan can pose. Of course, Zan will be playing the long game with Ruby Sapphire, but with a hand like this, with nothing in hand, I mean, it's all going to come down to this die roll, I think.
What is it?
Will it be the shark?
You got it!
So that's pretty big.
Oh!
Don't get me wrong, Zan has the Grand Martala. There are worse cards to have left in your hand to help us continue to dig, but that is a pretty big hit. And as you said, that's the second shark gone now. So that's pretty big. We find another Grand Martala, so no prizes for guessing which character is going to hit the board this turn.
Yep, now we just start the filter game. Let's look for the answers that we need.
Yeah, there he is. I was going to say, watch Zan ink pass just to spite me. But he does play that Grand Martala, Keeper of Ancient Stories. Should we look at the top two cards of the deck? We can put one into our hand, one goes to the bottom. Looks like we're going to opt to take the Develop Your Brain and put the How Far I'll Go at the bottom of the deck. Interesting. Of course, we can ink this Develop Your Brain and play another Tala, but instead we're going to just play this Develop Your Brain. So, digging for something specific, but I am a little surprised to see the How Far I'll Go not kept. You couldn't have played it this turn.
Other one goes to the bottom.
I suppose you've got to be careful, right, of holding songs because of Ursula. I suppose that's it, really, because if he'd have grabbed How Far I'll Go there was no way he could get it out of his hand. So if he then got Ursula, that's very bad. So I think Zan only wants to, he wants to play a song the turn he draws it, essentially. We are going to take a little sneaker Vision of the Future.
I believe if he doesn't choose this How Far I'll Go, that is 3 sent to the bottom and 1 in the discard. So those are basically gone for the rest of the game. Just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, How Far I'll Go, an exceptionally powerful card. I mean, definitely a card that you want to keep in hand, but you also, I mean, Zan smartly aware of the fact that not only are there multiple Ursula Deceivers, 3 in fact, but also 5 bounce cards that will allow Moyen to bounce back the Ursula that's already on the board to replay it down. So Zan
Speaking
playing
of which.
And if you're Moyen, I mean, when you watch Zan cycle all those cards, do you risk playing this? I'm sure he's thinking through the line here, because that seems like it would be the optimal play against most players, but you're playing against Zan and you know that he knows that you can easily bounce back that Ursula and replay it down. So do you take that chance? Because if you spend a turn doing that, I mean, you're ahead on ink, you're ahead on lore, but still you hate to miss in this scenario.
We are going to bounce back that Ursula, courtesy of Madam Mim Fox, play it back down. That lets us have a look at the hand, revealing another Grand Martala and a Porpsicle. So no song for you this time, Ursula, but information is super important. We're at 7 ink now, so even things like having Shark and Vitalosphere in hand, right? If you can go into an 8 ink turn, that's something you need to be aware of. Playing the Vitalosphere, playing the Shark, popping the Vitalosphere and immediately challenging. That's something that needs to be respected. Again, you can't play around that all game necessarily, but it's just being aware of what options are online for your opponent as you get to these various thresholds in the game. We are going to pass. Readying up again, 7 ink. I imagine we'll start with a Porpsicle here. Least ink commitment, and let us see a little bit more of our deck.
Well, we have the Develop as well, so we can look at 2 cards instead of the 1. And we find ourselves a Tamatoa and a Popsicle.
Yeah, we are going to keep that Tamatoa.
Yeah, so for sure. There's too much value.
Have enough ink here to play the Popsicle down, ink the Grammatala, and then play the Tamatoa. Yeah.
No, it thinks like it's going to be Tala this time round. Yeah, we're going to wait a little bit more. We're going to dig a bit more. I think that's the only Porpsicle that Zan has seen so far as well. So, don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with using Tower just to recycle 1. But if we can find another one, that seems pretty good. And again, we are establishing more and more bodies to the board that can deal with a lot of these characters on Moyen's side, other than this Sir Hiss. Who we really need to find an answer for, because Sir Hiss will just sit there and quest a game. We are at 11 lore for Moyen.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like I mentioned at the start here, this Sir Hiss is going to be huge. It's a 3/1. There are no answers to it other than Maui Shark, and be prepared. So it's just going to sit here and gain lore indefinitely until Zan can find something to remove it. And Maui Shark doesn't do it immediately without Vitalosphere, and Be Prepared gets rid of all your characters as well.
Exactly. And I'm wondering if Zan is looking for the 3rd and 4th Maui Shark here. I mean, I got to imagine that that's a card that will change the game, swing it in his favor a little bit, because then all of his characters won't be able to quest as easily. Pirate's Life is found here off the top of this Visions of the Future. And it looks like that's the card Zan is going to keep to play a little keep away from Moyen on the lore.
Yeah, not sure what the other cards are. I saw Tamato, I saw Grandma, maybe another Vision in there.
Yeah, hard to see.
Zan playing close to his chest, but like you could see why he's considering this Pirate's Life, right? Obviously, you'd rather have a Maui Shark on board at the time, but you do need to just stop Moyen winning the game. You know, you can't hang around forever. And also just getting it into the discard so it's a live target for that Maui Half Shark can be super important. We are going to sing it as well. Yeah, Tipo and Grandma Tala, I do believe, are going to do... it's karaoke night at Grandma Tala's local watering hole. I don't know why she's brought Tipo. It's probably not okay, but we'll let it go. And a round of Pirate's Life for me, for the lads. You'll love to see it. Grandma Tala's a lad. Anyone's a lad. Anyone could be a lad. Pass it back over to Moyen. Found another Ursula. And we are just going to play it. I mean, you have to check the B prep like every turn, right?
Right.
So, makes sense. And then we're going to put down a Shadow Finder. I expect the Shadow Finder will take out the Tipo. No reason not to, in my opinion. Yeah, and take a character off the board for Zan to quest, or as we just saw, sing.
I was a little surprised that Moyen didn't take out the Tipo with the Fox on the last turn, which is exactly the card that allowed Zan to sing together with the Grammatala and the Tipo to play the Pirate's Life. So wondering if maybe the line, if Moyen didn't see that line, or if he just figured, it's it's maybe not worth it because that's such a fringe case. But I mean,
I think
the other thing
lore...
Zan's doing. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say what Zan's been doing has been cycling so many cards so that he will eventually find that shark, and then he pulled the shark off the top. So point already made, Garrick. Please go ahead. What were you going to say?
I was going to say the Fox, I think the lore was more important for Moyen there, because if he challenged the Tipo, then the Grandma Tala could challenge back and remove the Fox.
I mean the turn before when he bounced back to Ursula, played down the Fox. I was in my head thinking, oh, okay, probably challenge into the Tipo.
You make an interesting point because as Garrick just said, even if that did happen, that's still a 2-for-1 at your Fox, right? You took the Tipo and then the Grandma Tala traded into you. So yeah, I think that's an interesting point actually, Brent, as to why maybe the Fox didn't challenge there. We are going to see a little bit of board being cleared up, that Fox being removed, and down comes another Maui Half Shark, the star of the show, rival to the Magic Broom. That's Lorcana lore now. That is Lorcana lore. The shark and the Magic Broom, they got beef. No Magic Brooms. Are there Magic Brooms? No, there's no Magic... Boo, Moyen. We could have seen the shark versus the broom. The second coming. Y'all know what I'm talking about. The fated the second coming.
Match. And Zan here, I mean, Moyen a little bit lucky here because the Shadow Finder down, representing 5 strength evasives on the side of Moyen. Zan might believe that if he can take one of those out, that if he pops a popsicle on top of the shark, he'll be safe. But Moyen always has that extra Peter Pan Shadow Finder in hand to be able to team up with the Sir Hiss and take it out. So a little bit of a surprise factor here for Moyen if Zan does get a teensy bit careless and wants to risk questing out that shark or challenging into something else. Yeah, that Tamatoa though incoming, and it's going to be 3-on-3, and Zan's 3 are going to be much more powerful.
And a weird moment here, you saw Zan showing the discard pile to Moyen, obviously at his request, checking the actions available, because again, you reach that point, right, where you're like, okay, can I just race the game and I don't care if the shark gets an action back and a challenge off? Like, when do I pull the trigger? Because obviously there is a Pirate's Life in the discard, so that's something you've got to take into account. We are going to spend a ton more ink, deplete our hand with a Diablo and a Peter Pan Shadow Finder. Is Moyen going to pull the trigger and start turning characters sideways? Or are we going to wait until we can do it all in one? I think is probably more realistic. Because again, if you just quest with your 3 dry characters there, Zan makes a favourable challenge. He gets back a pirate's life. He plays that pirate's life. You lose that lore that you just gained anyway. So I think you have to kind of build the board that you can then just quest out in one fell swoop.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if Moyen quests there, I think the game might just be over with the Maui Shark able to recur. And we've seen the absolute power and the consistency of the Ruby Sapphire as it finds another pirate's life. But how many cards has Zan dug through with these Vision, with these Grandmas, with these How Far All Goes, with these Develops to find that third Maui Shark? I mean, any other old deck, if I was playing Ruby Amethyst, for instance, I would have never found that third shark unless I, played Finders Keepers 4 times. But this is the power of those Sapphire cards, able to just cycle and find that card that you need. And now we are at somewhat of a standstill as we try to figure out what to do with this Maui Shark. But Improvise is going to help you draw another card here and find something else.
And if you're Moyen, what are you trying to look for here? Another Bruno, perhaps?
Ursula's not bad.
Ooh, and he's about to take away that pirate's life.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I was going to say this pirate's life would have put in some work, not only keeping Moyen at bay a little bit, but also obviously giving lore gain for this shark. But yeah, down comes the Ursula. We're going to rip away a pirate's life for you. Not today, sir, but the Maui can stick around. So yeah, we are looking at 6 lore
we're at
next
6,
turn.
yeah. Imagine he finds Prince John and Zan's not able to find an answer. The game is locked up and over, so it's incredibly tight right now. It all depends on what Zan is able to find here in the next few turns.
Heartbreaking for Moyen if Zan's able to find a B prep. 1 is gone. 1 was ripped away by an Ursula. No, it wasn't. It was inked by Tipo. No, it was discarded when he challenged a Cursed Merfolk. So that was how 1 got into the discard. Got there in the end. 3rd time lucky. So there are 3 more in the deck as far as we know. I don't believe any more were secretly inked courtesy of Tipos or anything. But that would be a huge card for Zan to top deck. But yeah, like you say, we just need another 2 lore. A Merfolk, a Prince John, a Lucifer. All of these characters would get the job done. This is quite a big draw. Oh!
There it
is! Oh my
you know what's
God!
Coming.
Bad
Get your harmonizing voice ready, Garrick.
But how do you do this, right? Because, like...
It's tough, yeah.
It's like, this ain't great for you either, right? That is a big draw. That's important for Zan to have. But, like, you've got a shark and a Tamatara on the board.
Yeah.
You leave yourself with just a Maui in hand, which also is not great, right? Like, you quest with everything, go to 2, 3, 4, go to 10, play the B prep, you get 1 more lore from the shark. Is that just what we're going to do?
Going for it.
I think you have to. Like, imagine you get Ursula next turn. Like,
you can't risk it.
I think this is just this sucks, but I have to do it. Is it? Or are we just passing? We could just pass. We can let him go to 18, right?
No.
Can we?
No.
I think you have to let it rip here. You can just, like, basically lose next turn. If this B prep gets taken, there's Fox, there's Snake, there's more Ursulas in the deck. That seems too risky.
Do you just have to do it?
And it feels bad to get rid of 2 of the best cards in your deck, arguably, in the Tamatoa and the Maui Half Shark, but you can't let Moyen, because Moyen can just keep on not questing his characters out, waiting until he can get to 20, and you don't know when that's coming, so better to take away, do a 5 for 3 here, a 6 for 3, in fact, taking out double the amount of characters on the side of Moyen. Yeah, and it's going to suck because you're giving him a card with Diablo, but I don't think there's anything else to do, but let's see what Dan says.
That's a good point. Like, just that 1 extra card from Diablo is significant. But yeah, again, it was hyped to draw the B prep. I think it's important to have. You've got to play it, but yeah, not not the best B prep I've ever seen. A necessary one, perhaps. Our players are just communicating. I think one of their audios has gone, and obviously they're communicating with each other, and the judge is in there as well, listening to everything going on, making sure that everything is as it should be. So I think they're just sorting that out quickly, so that, again, we can have fluid communication. But yeah, what a game it's already been. Best of 5 we've got tonight, gentlemen. First game, this is the first of those games. Moyen was on the play. The chat pointed out something that I missed, which was there wasn't a dice roll. This was seeded. So Moyen, courtesy of seeding, got to be on the play. And yeah, we did get a turn 1 Merfolk. We did not get a turn 1 Bell. And that is what has allowed Moyen to get up to this. Again, it's only like, it could be worse, right? Zan has done well to like stem the bleeding. But yeah, Moyen at 12 lore, 6 lore of characters on board. This B prep looking like it's going to reset everything. Our players are just leaving Pixelbor, and I think they're just resetting. Obviously, we know these players. These are like super well-known content creators, professionals. We have nothing to worry about when it comes to moments off camera. I can tell you that.
Certainly not.
100% surety. So here they are loading back in. We've got the white screen of death for a moment, but we'll be there.
Yeah, this B prep is
blinding.
On this.
It's blinding.
It is blinding. I'm not sure how Moyen gets back into the game unless Zan just starts bricking because he's built up such a wide board.
Yes.
We already know Zan's ability to get through his deck is so much higher than Moyen's is, and Moyen has not an insignificant amount of cards that he could get off the top of his deck that are basically do nothing cards, like Sudden Chill at this point, for instance, when he needs characters on the board. Of course, the Diablo is going to help. It's going to put another card in the hand. But imagine that Zan gets a McDuck Manor off the top next turn.
Ugh.
The ability to come back from just that single McDuck Manor for Moyen with no cards on board seems like next to impossible. So this B prep could completely change the game. And let's think about that proactive Pirate's Life that Zan played earlier. If he didn't have that Pirate's Life, he didn't sing that Pirate's Life, the game would be over at this point. So really heads up play by Zan, taking the opportunity to just use that Pirate's Life instead of saving it for that extra lore that you'd get from Maui Shark or whatever. Use it now, stem the bleeding a little bit as the B prep comes down.
Yeah, it
the B prep comes down.
Gentlemen, all together in 3, 2, 1. Be prepared. There you go. Let's go on tour. You know, let's start booking venues immediately. Tell me how much you'd pay for this trip. We'll do the Rat Pack. It'll be fine. But yeah, the Be Prepared, a necessary evil. We have swapped sides.
Rabbit.
Oh, that's thrown me off.
Rabbit is insane off the top
huge.
for Moyen. I just spoke about how terribly difficult it would be to recover, but we have Rabbit, and guess what Rabbit draws? Madam Mim Fox, so that's even better. But we get a sail on the side of Zan. We can start again, do the old cycle game as we get into a Pirate's Life here, which is not too bad at all.
So I'm just doing that. So they've switched sides. So I'm just swapping them back to where they should be. But I need to remove the border to be able to do that otherwise, because I don't want anyone to miss anything. Sorry, you can't see Brent's face for a moment.
Of course, you do your magic, Baker.
I'm trying, Brent.
And here's a Cursed Merfolk into the hand for Moyen. He's got great cards right now. He's going to draw another one with the Rabbit here being bounced by the Madam Mim Fox. You have, wow, Sudden Chill. I think you just Sudden Chill. Just get rid of this card. Don't let him have it. Make him top deck. Don't let him plan for the future. Just go for it. You can get the Merfolk down next turn.
All right, there we go.
I don't know. It's a tough decision. I might just rip the Sudden Chill. You can ink the Bruno, but there's only one Shark left in the deck. If you get that Shark with Bruno, it would be so hard for Zan to close this game out without like McDuck Manor at the current point in the game. It's tough. It's a really tough turn, though.
I see your point here, and this is always seems to be the crawl-like decision-making that you have to play when you're Emerald Amethyst up against Ruby Sapphire. Going for the Merfolk. I mean, your play was a worthy one as well, Garrick. I mean, if Moyen knew that there was a Pirate's Life waiting in the hand, maybe this is a little bit different. But yeah, I get it. It's time to get up and go. Lure up as fast as you possibly can here if you're Moyen. Ooh, and Zan just not picking up anything, picking up a sail into a Tipo. Just, this is a battle of the top decks, and Moyen is crushing it right now. And the Pirate's Life played down.
Yeah, keep the Tipo in hand. You have to play around the... We don't talk about Bruno. It might just be worth to let it rip on this Maui. Personally, I think it is worth it. Iago's pretty nice, but it only quests for 1, same as Rabbit. But it is evasive. That's important to keep in mind. But maybe you go Rabbit here.
It's wild. Like, not long ago, we were saying, oh, this B prep's going to happen, and, like, Moyen's not going to have a lot, but the power of Merlin Rabbit and just, like, this sequencing of cards, and suddenly he's got 4 cards in hand, a Rabbit, a Fox, and a Merfolk on the board. What on earth happened here? And here is Zanzaya with a Maui and a Tipo in hand. Not the finest moment for the Ruby Sapphire players, especially because, as you were alluring to earlier, Garrick, this is the point in the game where, like, you've got, as a Ruby Sapphire, if I've got 8 ink, I feel like I should be drawing quite well, finding Porpsicles, Visions, Develops, and my big Sharks and Tamatoas, so hopefully those are coming off the top of the deck next. But can Moyen cross the finish line before that happens? We are looking at a Chernobog's Followers, which we do have the ink to pay for, is going to hit the board, represent another lore, quest us up to 14. It's looking good. Looking good for Moyen.
Moyen did ask specifically how many Be Prepareds were in the discard. So was thinking about that as a possibility. Grandma, not bad off the top. Again, we can do a little bit of cycling here.
Yeah, I mean, Zen with some unfortunate... I don't know if you were counting and tallying it up, but drew 2 Sail the Azurite Seas into a Tipo. So not exactly the cards that Zen is looking for to turn this game around. And now, with a Micduck Manor, I can't make out what that second card is. Can either of you?
It's a popsicle, yeah. Which is pretty good as far as things go. This is game 1. I see a few people in chat who have just joined us asking, and a shout out to the chat. 438 people in chat. Not bad at all. Thank you all so much for coming out, and you're seeing the first of best of 5 to conclude the legendary Cross Continental Clash. I missed the legendary earlier, and I've got Phil, the famous judge, telling me off in my DMs. He's like, it's legendary, Baker! Legendary! Sorry, Phil. Sorry.
We see the McDuck Manor come down, and the Maui moves into it. A little flash there, but we get rid of the Cursed Merfolk, and we ink the Tipo, so we don't discard anything. But Zan's saying it's winning time right now. I need to get lore on the board, and I need to take lore off the board for my opponent. So you take 2 lore off the board, you discard nothing, you play a McDuck Manor, which, I mean, look at the lore right now. It's 13 to 14. It's still anybody's game.
And Maui chilling out in the McDuck Manor for style points, of course. Yo, of all the characters I would not want to leave in my manor, it would be Maui. You imagine the state of it when you got back.
Donald.
And Donald's reasonable as well. Chat, let us know which glimmer would you least trust in your mansion. Which one would give you anxiety? We are going to quest everything up here, going to 17. And looking like the writings on the wall here for Moyen, extending even further, putting down a bog and that giant spectral parrot. Even if we found a Pirate's Life here, that would take us to 15, and then we've still got 5 lore on board. So this needs to be a B prep. Can we find a B prepared off the top of the deck to take us on a few more turns? What's in the cards? What do we find off the top?
Absolutely nasty. It's the... No!
Maui.
Maui's okay. Maui saves a turn.
It does. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Still not what we need.
Oh, it does save a turn.
It's not irrelevant, right? Because the Tala and the Maui take out
McDuck Manors, yeah, it's huge.
And I'm looking at Moyen's deck list right now. There is no way to gain immediate lore. Again, you pointed out earlier, no goats, no go-go tamagos. Maybe Moyen sitting there. Yep. A little bit sad that those were not cards included in the deck. But again, Zan in trouble.
Yeah, we take out that rabbit. Makes sense. We don't want it getting bounced. There's a crab. That's pretty good. And we take out the fox. But this still takes us to... Oh, okay, we got the Tala. She takes out the Chernobog. All right, so we go to 19 here. But, like, it's not bad, right? But now these Mauis are... What are they doing? Like, they're not helping Zan get to game. We can still find a B prep next turn. It's not over. It's not over. Like, Zan's at 15 lore.
Wins you the game for sure.
Yeah, McDuck Manor is going to put in some work.
And are there 3 Pirate's Life in the discard right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Woo!
If memory serves.
Okay.
We're going to pop that Porpsicle, heal 2 damage off of Grandma Tala. Makes sense. She's the one that can quest. Still would be taken out by Iago. We find... Is that a Cricky?
Cricky.
It is a Cricky.
Cricky.
That's pretty nice to close out the game. We've got 5 ink to play with. We have a Bruno. I don't think we're playing Bruno.
Maybe you do Cricky.
Yeah, I think
get rid of the McDuck Manor, and even if B prep comes off the top, you're still okay because the McDuck Manor is not going to win the game.
But then
you're right, and there's no way to no way to challenge
right?
the evasive Iago either. So there's there's opportunities here.
Yeah, that much is true. Yeah, because you would boost everything. Yeah, you would still have to hit with both the Iago and the Bog to take out the McDuck Manor. I think we're just
go for it.
I would just quest here. So let's see what Moyen thinks is the better move. You called it, Garrick. You are absolutely right. It does take that play to decide to get rid of the McDuck Manor. And hey, if this Cricky survives, it quests the game next turn anyway.
Yeah.
And it's B prep or bust, right? There's no other removal in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, the only way you lose if you're Moyen is leave the McDuck Manor and B prep comes off the top. And there it is! Oh! He would have lost, I think, if he didn't take out the Manor there.
Heads up play from Garrick here and played out exactly as he put it. Wow, so a really heads up play there. And Moyen does take out the McDuck Manor and that saves it. Because this B prep, yeah, absolutely, you'd have been left with nothing to deal with the Manor, and that would have just been Jova, as JDZ would put it. You just play your Crab and your Peter Pan Shadowfinder this turn. Yep. You ink the Chill. I think you've got the Bruno if you see a Shark or a Tamatoa next turn. So I think you just ink the Chill and play both of your characters here.
Yeah,
Is
I
that
agree.
greedy? Do you just play 1?
Ooh.
I think you play 2.
I think you play 2.
Yeah. But yeah, no, super heads up from Garrick there. I would have just quested that out. I would have just said, whatever, I'm going to quest. But I would have probably popped the Bog as well, to be fair. But yeah, I would have then lost that game. So there you go. Nice call from Garrick. So Zan now top decking. 16 lore. Only 1 Pirate's Life left.
And only 1 B prep left.
We are going to ink Sudden Chill, and we're going to see both these characters come down. First the Peter Pan Shadowfinder, then the Crab, so that we can give Challenger 3 to the Peter Pan Shadowfinder. Yeah, it's got to be done. It's got to be done. Challenger 3 has to happen from a Merlin Crab. If the only characters on board are your opponents.
The
T-Bow.
T-Bow
has been
bad.
Zan has drawn too many T-Bows this game. Oh no, we lost Brent.
I am here.
Oh, he's there.
Brent's here.
He's disappeared.
Thinking about, do we even play the T-Bow?
Sorry, guys, you lost the cam there a sec. Joe, I was looking for Brent. He was hidden underneath the cam, but we found him.
Everything froze up for a second here, but if you're Zan, I mean, man, Zan could not be drawing worse, I think. I don't think that there's any way to come back from this. I mean, a B prep will stall, but if... Yep.
Might as well hypnotize here. Draw a card, I think. And you don't need to, but why not?
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything that Zan would draw and hold. So, probably right, yeah. Just a draw. Finds us an Iago. We're going to quest up to 19. No reason to extend... no way we're inking Bruno to play Iago here. No reason to do so. We find a Porpsicle. That's not bad. Can we find anything? It's a Maui Half Shark.
Oh.
It's a really good top deck. It is too late.
Wow. And
What a
game 1.
nail biter in game number 1. Absolutely incredible by both players. They they both played it expertly, and we have potentially 4 more to go.
Potentially. This is best of 5. Yeah, Brent, thoughts?
I mean, Wochuk was in chat talking about how Ruby Sapphire is going to roll. I was of the opinion that it was going to roll as well, but I mean, right there, showcasing exactly how powerful Hiram Flaversham is and was, rather, and what a game changer that might have been if we knew that Zan could be drawing into the Hiram at any point to draw an additional 2 cards. I think that was a great showcase of a skilled discard player understanding exactly when to pull triggers and when to discard Zan. And Zan playing around it as much as he could, but man, when those top decks came at the very last part after that first B prep, the writing kind of was on the wall.
Yeah. What a game. If you are only just joining us, first of all, where you been? Second of all, welcome. You are most welcome here. This is the grand final of the legendary Cross Continental Clash organised by Pixelborn. Shout out to Pavel and the entire Pixelborn team. John is your judge for the evening. A shout out to John and a shout out to all the judges for their work over the course of the event. And our final match is Moyen, Jan Moyen of Podkana against Zan Syed, a fantastic rivalry that's been brewing in Lorcana. This is best of 5. There is a 5-minute delay on the stream. Please bear that in mind when you're typing in chat. We will see things, but not straight away. But we're about to go into game 2. Zan Syed, I would assume, on the play. What a night for Lorcana, lads.
What a night indeed.
What a
night.
My
gosh. Garrick, what do you think? What do you think Zan's got to do different in this next one, Garrick, besides going first, which he will be able to do?
Going first is a good strat.
Yeah. I mean, like we talked about in the pregame, let's try and get that turn 1 bell to help stop that early aggression from the Curse Merfolk if that were to come down on the side of Moyen. But we also want to get our Sharks down and make sure that the Sharks stay around a little bit, as the Sharks were removed quite easily throughout the game. One time by Zan himself, which was an unfortunate necessity, but you want to try and get ahead on board and make the Emerald Amethyst player answer your threats and pose some questions yourself instead of being the one always on the back foot, always needing to find the answer every single time. And while Zan was able to find many, many answers throughout the game, he eventually was going to run out of steam if he never asked a single question.
One moment, lads. I've got the. I was warned by Judge John that I would have to do this because they've swapped over game 1. Because I don't know if you can hear them, but at the moment the players are coming out over the stream. So I just need to work out how I can mute them. At the moment, I'm struggling.
Cool. And people in chat saying luck crazy as usual. I mean, it is a card game at the end of the day, and like the top decks matter, the luck matters. It all comes down to the day, the time, the match, and Moyen.
The shuffle. Look at this. We have the popsicle, we have the bell. You keep those 2, you ship everything else. You look for turn 2 ramp. What do we say?
I mean, that's a pretty good start, especially on the play.
Keeping, and is it 2? Baker, I see you talking. I don't think you're. I think you're muted right now.
But we do have the Ursula on the side of Moyen, considering a rabbit keep potentially.
You hear me now?
We do.
You hear me now?
Yeah.
Hear you now.
Sorry. Sorry to talk over you there, Garrick. I'm pressing all these different buttons. I'm like, no! They can't hear me! What's going on? I'm sorry. I'm so glad you two are here. Keep the show moving.
Command center.
But yeah, Popsicle Bell, about as much as you could hope for turn 1, especially on the play. Again, like, Moyen, fantastic player, knows this deck. I really do think that immediately puts...
keep 7.
Gives a lot of the momentum to Zan Syed, and he's going to keep all 7, I heard him say before I muted him.
Wow.
So, what's the curve here then, Garrick? What are you thinking?
Well, we're going to get the Popsicle and Bell out, I would assume, and then turn 2, we can use Vision of the Future to find what we want to do on turn 3. Beyond that, I am not going to pretend that I'm as good as Zan. He knows what he's doing. I think I probably would have kept Bell, kept Popsicle, and shipped everything else for turn 2 ramp. But I'm also not a Ruby Sapphire player. But I try my best.
Yeah, I mean, like, as a layman, I would look at this and also say maybe you're just scared of drawing into uninkables and songs, right? Like, sometimes I think you just kind of have to say good enough, right? Like, you've got that Popsicle, maybe that finds you turn 2 ramp. If not, you've got your turn 2 draw to find it. So you've got a couple of chances. If not, then you can at least play the Vision, as you said. But if we got the Bell down turn 1, then at least we can combat the board. We've got Sharks ready to go. So, yeah, I think a big part of that was just because Zan didn't want to alter into worse. We are going to ink that Vision of the Future. Down comes the Popsicle. Can we find the turn 2 ramp?
Nope.
Oh.
Develop
Oh, no, sorry, it's
instead.
develop.
Okay, 2 turn 2 ramp.
Shows what we know.
But take a look at what Moyen got off the altar. An awful start, in my estimation here.
A slew of Ursulas.
No one
Frank
drop.
Carson is in the chat, by the way, left an incredible comment. If you want to take a look at that.
Please.
Zan's decision to quest with Tipo on turn 4, which allowed Moyen to turn his Diablo into Hypnotize, was the pivotal play that lost him this game.
Yeah, and we mentioned, like, as it was happening, you know, we were talking it through and saying, hey, if Moyen does take this play and, like, inks this, plays this, then he's got to hope for ink next turn if he wants to Bruno, but topped into a Peter Pan Shadow Finder, but luckily that Tipo was there for the Diablo to crash into and draw a card, as Frank Carsten mentioned. World's qualified player. Shout out to Frank Carsten. A pleasure to have you here. We did find that turn 2 ramp as well from Zan Syed. Found that sale, plays it. So that's good. But yeah, Moyen, no 1-drop. That's huge.
No 1-drops, no Curse Merfolk. So I think Zan saw that, said, I don't need the Bell. I'll ink the Bell and just continue on with my game plan here of ramping up and get these big bombs onto the board as he shows and flexes the double shark, double crab to Moyen.
Flex that Maui half shark.
Ooh, and if you're Moyen, you gotta be... You gotta be a little unhappy having all these Ursulas, but no songs in the hand of Zan Syed. I mean, we are only a few turns away from getting these big bomb monsters out onto the board. And if you're Moyen, what do you do in anticipation of that, knowing that 6 ink might be coming up relatively soon?
Yeah, it's a very tough ask. Maybe if you can find a 1-drop, you try and just Ursula 1-drop again. You could go Peter Pan Shadow Finder, get that uninkable out of your hand, but the card not doing an awful lot here, especially when you know that the Maui Sharks are on their way, but will at least get you a couple lore until that happens, you know, as long as no brawls come down. But we did see a brawl get inked, so it could be an okay play, but we do find a 1-drop, so could go 1-drop Ursula here instead. And then you'll get that beat prep.
You get that sweet beat prep. I've been asked to put something on screen to represent the game's 1, which I think is a reasonable request. So I'm just going to do that now to represent that. Moyen took down game 1 in this best of 5.
So the score is 1-0. Potentially 4 more games to come here, as the Ursula is going to go ahead and quest for 1, putting Moyen on the board, 1-0, which is not where you want to be if you are playing the Emerald Amethyst deck here.
How Far I'll Go is pretty nice here. You can ink with the How Far I'll Go and then also ink an inkable that you find, which he does decide to do. So now you don't have to ink the crabs, you don't have to ink the sharks, you get to keep all 4, which is really, really good if you're Zan. Now you're facing 1 lore, a Peter Pan and an Ursula, and you're about to just go crazy for the rest of this game with threat after threat.
Yeah, and Moyen with this rabbit gonna be able to draw a whole bunch. The only issue is once Zan starts getting sharks and Tamatoas, yes, I am putting an S on the end because it's multiples. It doesn't matter how many cards you have in your hand. What you really want is some removal, which Emerald Amethyst is famous for not having a whole lot of. Another popsicle hitting Zan's hand here.
Which is great. Now you get to make use of that Tamatoa to its fullest.
Pop both those popsicles, play down the Tamatoa, grab both popsicles back into the hand.
Make sure you ink first. There you go.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, finding Talo is pretty nice. Again, it would have been a nice card to play, but inking her means we've got the 6 ink necessary to do exactly what you said, recycle those Porpsicles, and again, just shows the power of the Porpsicle, right? Like, even post-Fortisphere, the fact that people will play these Tamatoas just because of 4 Porpsicle, just being able to recycle them, draw a couple of cards, so incredibly strong. That's going to pass us back over to Moyen, who's going to ready, set, and draw, finds a Chernobog's followers.
Right, and Moyen just not finding a whole lot of anything here. Luckily has the rabbit with a whole bunch of bounce options. Will be able to search for some answers. The Bruno probably top of mind for him. But yeah, Zan's about to just, having this amount of cards in hand, having this many popsicles, will be able to repeat the same play that we just saw, playing down both popsicles, popping them, and then playing down a Tamatoa crab, happy as a clam to bring them back to hand. I mean, Zan is getting everything that he wants right now. And yes, the Be Prepared is about to be stripped, but yeah, still a whole lot of bad news here if you're Moyen.
Yeah, nice to get a hit with this Ursula. She's been missing a lot this game, so nice to get a hit, but just a reminder of the incredible hand that Zan has at the moment. These Porpsicles are ready to go on the next turn, or at least probably both of them, and then Sharks, pretty good hand as far as you're concerned if you're Zan Syed, and Moyen only at 4 lore by the time you're at 7 ink is definitely the position that you want to be in.
For sure. I was thinking potentially a way for Moyen to get back into this game would to be finding a bunch of the discard package, get rid of those threats while they're in the hand, but you'd have to find so many of those discard cards off the top, and like right now to do that seems a little bit tough as we find another Be Prepared just in case, and that is all 3 Ursulas, I believe, gone for Moyen, so that Be Prepared is going to be nice and safe. If he ever needs the big red button, he will have it available.
The big red button. Shout out to Connor in the chat, also known as Fidget, who is my tech guy. Shout out to you, my friend. Glad that you're here. Channel wouldn't survive without him. We're going to quest with the Tamatoa. Makes sense. We get to play an item for free. So why play 1 ink for this Porpsicle when you can pay nothing for it? If this Tamatoa is always going to be questing, and we're ink, that's 2 Talas that we've inked, which are normally really good cards for this deck. Help you find pieces and set up singers. But we are instead going to ink it and pay 7 ink for Be Prepared. That's 2. We got 2, lads. Let's go!
2 in the book.
2 in the book. Tickets to the World Tour are on sale. Pastor Moyen finds a Sir Hiss.
Yeah, Sir Hiss would have been nice on turn 2, but not so much right now. But the B prep is gone. Would love to have Zan move his hand up if he could, so we could see that. But Moyen in a really tough position here. Does have another rabbit, though.
Yeah, but again, the issue is, even if you keep drawing, I mean, what are you hoping to find is the question.
Well, 4 cards in hand. I mean, like I said, if you're able to find a bunch of those discard cards and just rip all those cards from Zan before he's able to play them all, that's not a bad way to get yourself back into this. And we have a Sudden Chill.
And you want to find
Bruno.
Hypnotize. You want to find Bruno, I think, as well. Again, only 2 copies in the deck, but that's certainly an important card to have in hand for when you do see these Sharks. Sudden Chill is going to get rid of a How Far I'll Go. And that looks like it's a turn.
Yeah, Zan's going to be able to pop those popsicles, replay down the Tamatoa happy as a clam, and refresh his hand with a fresh 2 new cards here, if he so chooses to do so. But I can't imagine that he'd want to do anything else, understanding that there are many discard cards available in Moyen's deck. Yep.
Again, Tamatoa, recycle these Porpsicles. Let's draw some more cards. Pretty good for a 1-cost item. There's another one.
Yep. And this is exactly why you need to find those discard cards in bulk, so you can rip them off rapid fire and clear the hand out. If there are any cards remaining for the Ruby Sapphire player, they can just do things that we're seeing right now.
Well, Zan definitely does have cards in his hand, but they're a bit far back for us to be able to see, unfortunately. Zan being like, no, even you will not know what's in my hand, cast as an audience.
And the good news for Moyen is he will have what seems like unlimited draw here with these with the Rabbit and Bounce package. Another Madam Mim Fox coming down, bounce the Rabbit back, draw a card.
Finds us another sudden chill. So as you were saying, Garrick, if we can get enough of these that we can just deplete Zan's hand in one, then that's not bad going. We're going to ink Iago. We could play a Hypnotize here. Do we just play the Rabbit, make the most of this 4 ink that we've got left, and then set ourselves up for a Fox next turn to bounce the Rabbit again? Does appear to be that that's going to be the case. Play down a Rabbit. Finds us a Chernabog's followers. It's fine. Again, like, when you know there's no Sisu, these bogs feel so much better. Because against any other Ruby matchup, you get to turn 5 against the purple decks, and like Elsa just destroys them and Brooms. They're dead cards essentially. And anything that's running Sisu, you just can't play them. But at least they are safe to go onto the board, other than things like B Prep and Brawl. We saw a Chernabog get brawled in game 1. Down comes the Maui Half Shark. And a Vision.
And the Visions of the Future getting played here. If by chance, if somebody can communicate with Zan to put his cards a little further up, we would definitely appreciate it to be able to see his hand.
Yeah, John, I don't know if you can hear us, John. If you can, obviously, I know the judges are hesitant to interfere with the flow of the players while they're thinking and all that jazz. But if there is an appropriate moment. But that Vision of the Future gaining us a lore, because Maui Half Shark is on the boards, and Tamatoa are going to quest us for another 2. So this is not a bad position to be in. If you're Moyen, I think you want to get rid of this Tamatoa, but at the moment it's going to require a 2 for 1, unless we can find a Crab or a Cricky. Then this Fox will be able to make a nice even trade with it. We find a Hypnotize instead, but don't know how many cards Zan's got. I can see at least 3. Like if you look close. I could say 3.
Yeah, I think he
Maybe
has more than 3 cards after that double popsicle play.
I think he's got at least 5.
It might
if
be
I had
5.
to take a guess.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that Prince John at all, I don't think. There they are. Beautiful
Thank you.
Thanks, Zan.
And 2 Maui Sharks and a McDuck Manor. This is going from bad to worse here for Moyen. If he could see what we're seeing, he would probably be trying to hypnotize and sun and chill as much as possible here. Maybe one of the play lines he's considering here.
Because you could play them all. You've got enough ink to double. Like, you could ink and play them all, or you can double hypnotize and sing sudden chill with one of your glimmers. But with 5 cards in hand, I don't know, is it worth it? Like, maybe. It depends what else you can do. Like, again, you want the removal, right? So I feel like you want to continue to bounce this Rabbit. I think I start this by questing and bouncing the Rabbit and seeing if I find Bruno. It's probably how I start this.
Yeah. That's I think that is a great play.
Or even Prince John, so that then you can play your Hypnotize stuff. Ops instead, we are
double value.
The Rabbit's gonna head on down to that karaoke club we were discussing. With a sudden chill, Tipo goes into the bin. Fox is gonna bounce that Rabbit back. We find a Diablo, okay? Like, yeah, I'm never too mad to see a Diablo. Like, it's finding me more cards, right? It's just not what I want to see right now. There's the Bruno, okay. We can't play it this turn, but it's an important piece to have, right?
For sure.
Definitely important. The question now, though, is what do you do? Do you rush both of your foxes in to take out that Tamatoa? Do you leave them both up to hopefully sing, you know, friends on the other side if you get it? I mean,
well, it doesn't feel great, does it? Like, you know, again,
yeah.
Sometimes you have to. And again, the lack of crab. Like, there's been a few points in this game where we would have been able to make nice trades if we had crab boosts. Again, I say the lack of crab. It's because we're running 3 Cricky, so just not seeing them when we want them.
It's a tough ask to go both Mims into Tamatoa because you don't have a crab, you don't have a Cricky, and if a McDuck Manor comes down, what are you going to do? You're going to get destroyed by it. So I don't know. It's a really hard decisions that Zan is forcing Moyen to make. Like I mentioned here, he is the one asking the questions. What are you going to do about my Tamatoa? What are you going to do about my Maui Shark? What are you going to do about my other 2 Maui Sharks in hand?
What are you going to do about a McDuck Manor getting dropped down? I mean, I'm sure that's why Moyen has not decided to do anything with these Madam Mim Foxes here.
We are going to do it, yeah. So, like, again, I was leaning more on the side of, like, surely you don't do this. Especially, as you mentioned, you know, the fear of mana. But this Tamatoa, like, sitting there, ticking away lore, Moyen decides it is the correct decision. We find another Maui hero to all off the top of the deck. Are we just playing... We're just playing another shark here? And, like, because, again, once you've got multiple sharks, then your actions are just... The clock it's putting on the game is insane.
Yeah, you can sing Pirate's Life here, gain 4. Yeah, it's not bad.
It's not bad.
A 6 lore swing.
That passes. Interesting.
Play the third. I think he wants that. I think he wants all these sharks on the board, and then and then comes the Pirate's Life. Because next turn you play the shark. You have another one sing Pirate's Life. Yeah. And then you're gaining 5.
Yeah.
I don't know if it is greedy. I don't know if maybe you're playing around the Peter Pan Shadow Finder and an Iago to take out a shark, and maybe you want to play it a little bit safer. But yeah, a curious move to not play down the Pirate's Life right there.
No, I like waiting because like the Moyen doesn't have ways of touching this shark other than 2 Bruno. So like I like waiting. I like maximizing the amount of sharks on board. Even if you do lose 1 to a Bruno, then okay, great. I've got this other one that I'm putting down. Because until you turn the shark sideways, there's no way of hitting it. Moyen isn't running Elsa. That would be something that you would have to consider otherwise. But there's no need for Zan to rush this, in my opinion. So I like waiting. And potentially playing the 3rd shark next turn. We're going to see Rabbit come back down, draws a card, inking the Kick Cloud Kicker. Moyen going to play Hypnotize, so let's lose another card from the hand. It's probably Maui, right? Yeah, Maui hero to all. Yep. Drawing a card for Moyen. Finds a Cursed Merfolk. Not bad.
Want to point out also, how often do you see Emerald Amethyst, Ruby Sapphire matchup, and Emerald Amethyst with the ink advantage? Like, how much value has Moyen gotten off of this rabbit that he is... Right. Oh, and Stan pulls another crab!
Yeah, so we're going to recycle those Porpsicles back once again, and we've already got enough ink to play them out. Down comes 1 Porpsicle. What's that, son? You really enjoyed the ice cream. Would you like another? In fact, would you like some Pirate's Life with your ice cream?
And I'm wondering if, because Zan will be able to now double sing Pirate's Life with both Maui Sharks. Is this the time that you want to pull that trigger, or do you wait again?
Nah, I think you wait at this point. You have all 3 sharks on the board, and then you double Pirate's Life. Surely, maybe not. Maybe I'm too greedy.
Thinking about it.
Because that would be what, an 8 lore swing? You're gaining 8 lore. Your opponent is losing 4. That's pretty nasty.
We are putting the trigger. Maui Half Shark is best chorus of a Pirate's Life, so that's going to gain 2 lore for the Pirate's Life and 2 lore for each individual shark, and take 2 off of Moyen, and then times that by 2, please, because I've got a double. I suppose Zan did the math. worked out it doesn't matter to wait until you've got the third shark, because now we're at 13. We quest to 15, 16, 17 next turn, and then we have no actions in hand. See, I'd have waited, but Zan's better than me, so I'm going to assume this is right.
And even with the Bruno in hand, I mean, you're a day late and $1 short here. Tipo's going to hit the discard, and Moyen can't be happy to see that that on board he is losing with a deck that needs to be the one driving it on board. I mean,
Moyen missed one
Moyen,
drop.
what are you...
That's huge. Like, yeah, I think he's done well considering. But yeah, like we saw right at the beginning, Zan already had 2 sharks. Like altered nothing, kept his hand. And yeah, the draws have been a lot better this time round for Zan, and on the play, it matters.
Absolutely matters. And Moyen with a full grip of cards, but not the cards that you want to see, especially when you are up against 2 Maui Sharks and a Tamatoa.
It's going to be a hypnotize.
Yeah, really tough position. He's been forced to use these discard cards to try and have some sort of advantage in this match, and it has been the hand size and the inkwell as well, but Zan has been able to put out the bigger threats consistently throughout the game and stay up with the draw. I mean, what has drawn more, the Popsicles with the Tamatoa or the Merlin Rabbit with the bounce package this game? It's been an absolute draw fest for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Just saw the chat were also complaining about not being able to see the hand, and were very relieved that it was pushed up. Again, thank you to John. Improvised just to draw another card. Now we're seeing those crabs, and this would be lovely if we had a Sir Hiss on the board, which is, okay, he's there now, but if he was there before, then this crab would have absolutely helped to remove one of these sharks, and then, hey, if we had another discard tool to get rid of this other shark, suddenly that's a pretty good, way to build a comeback. But we did not have a Sir Hiss ready to take out this shark, so everything's going to survive. And one action here, I think, just wins.
An action would be huge. It's a Vitalosphere. Moyen is not out of this.
Play it for free.
By any stretch of the imagination. If Zan decides to quest here, there are scenarios where Moyen would be able to get out of this if you find yourself like a Peter Pan Shadow Finder. Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously you're in a really tough position, but it's not completely over.
3 Maui half sharks standing in a row. I don't know the rest of the song, but there are 3 Maui half sharks standing in a row. Just KISSING. Just saying. I mean, that wasn't going anywhere. I'm just pointing it out.
Sounded like the start of a nursery rhyme, baby.
Yeah. I definitely gaslit you all there, to be fair. But
the children's book by Baker coming out soon. 3 sharks standing in a room.
Yeah, the second chapter is the origins of the shark versus the broom. Like, we're going to have a whole backstory, lore, everything. It's going to be great. We're going to have a wonderful time.
I love that the second children's book is an origin story.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, how fun.
Prequels, mate. Prequels. Rabbit is going to help finish off that Tamatoa. Draws us another card, which I do believe was a Merfolk. Down comes a crab, so now we can make that play. And to your point, Garrick, like, this is a nice way to build up a comeback, right? No cards in Zan's hand. The 2 Maui half sharks. Unfortunately, we can't deal with another one this turn. Can we Bruno? No, we can't Bruno. We don't have nothing.
No, that was a really interesting play. I'll be interested to see what. Well, I mean, if Moyen remembers this play, obviously, when we get to the interviews, but he could have challenged with Rabbit, challenged with Snake into Tamatoa, played Crab, challenged into Shark, and then Bruno to get rid of another Shark, so there was only one on the board. But opted to double Crab instead and keep his Madam Snake.
Action for game. That's a T-po! This T-po, man, keeps coming up at the exact moment that Zan does not want to see it. We are just going to play it just to get some more lore on the board. Do you even quest with these sharks? Like, because
I think you gotta.
If they're removed, which can be done, courtesy of, like, there's an Iago on board, there's a crab on board, like, you know, Peter Pan, Shadow Finder, Bounce the Crab. Like, there's a world where you can answer these sharks, and then suddenly an action is not winning you the game anymore. So, my immediate thought would be that you actually just hold here. We'll see if Zan agrees.
Yeah, but then why play down the TPO if you're not setting up for the I'm at 19, I'm going to get to 20? I mean, you're basically going to be forcing Moyen to have the answers here while you're top decking, and every character that you top deck. I mean, there is an argument also to the fact that Zan's going to have to keep drawing characters when his deck is not necessarily heavy and dense with characters, but
I suppose there's no removal for the TPO as well is a good point that you make, Brent, because there's no way of removing this TPO. One Bruno's gone. I don't know if we missed the other Bruno being inked or something. Maybe that's the case.
I don't believe
I mean,
so.
if you challenge with the snake last turn on the Tamatoa, you potentially have an out here, but I think now it is going to be over, I believe.
Iago makes a trade with one shark because of the improviser. Gave +1 strength. We don't talk about Bruno. That gets rid of that shark. Leaving just the TPO. We're going to play all of our characters. Which 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That would have taken us to 19 next turn. But TPO questing out, and game 2 goes to Zan Syed.
Squeaking it out. These are much closer games than I gave it credit for, just looking at the deck list. On paper, I mean, definitely not as simple as it looks. Wow. Wowie, wow. And I agree with you. I think that there is merit to not questing out the sharks there, but if you're going to do that and potentially run straight into a Bruno, why not keep the TPO in hand if you're going to try to make the game play out a little bit longer, which was why I assumed Zen was setting up for the double shark quest, because the second you play down the TPO, you are not giving any kind of outs for your shark into a Bruno. So yeah, that was my thought.
Yeah, like the only 2 Bruno is super relevant as well, right? Because before that turn, he'd already played 1. Because I do think there is a world where I don't know if the line was there, but like we Bruno, because both the sharks were sideways, so if we could deal with them both just through challenges, obviously the Iago took one out because of the improvise, and if we had something else like a Peter Pan Shadow Finder and like a sort of way to bounce the crab, then suddenly you've dealt with the other one, and then you Bruno the TPO, and that's how you keep Zan off of it. But maybe
there's also the cloud kickers.
Yeah.
Imagine he got hit off
good
the
point.
top
I missed that.
for the
good
TPO.
point.
I mean,
that would have been wild.
Frank Karsten, if you're still in chat, why don't you tell us? I would love to know your perspective. If there was another crucial play that Moyen made that then allowed Zen to win the game, that we can all go, wow, I never would have thought of that. That's crazy.
But yeah, going into game 3, once again, if you've only just joined, welcome. This is the grand final of the legendary Cross Continental Clash. I am joined by incredible community members and players and casters, Brent Mukai and Garrick's Lorcana Lair. This is game 3. It's a best of 5 to wrap up the LC3. Moyen was on the play game 1, courtesy of his seeding, won that game. Zan taking game 2, so we're moving into game 3. Again, this will not be a decider. It is best of 5. We are on a 5-minute delay, just to remind you. But yeah, what a night for Lorcana it's been. And just again, a huge shout out to everyone in the chat. 426 people watching this match right now. And if you're watching this game not live, if you're checking out the VOD, thank you for checking it out. Leave a comment down below. I would love it. And can you hit the like button for me? I haven't said that once. I keep forgetting. Hit the like button for me, chat. You have no idea how much it helps, and it makes me smile. Maybe you don't want me to smile. Is that what you want? You want to see me cry? I will cry for you if that's what it takes. Nonetheless, game 3. Super excited.
And if you want to see Lorcana Villain cry, go ahead and smash that like button.
Yeah, I'll cry if you hit it as well. Like, just hit the like button. I'll do whatever you want. Right, I'm gonna grab some water quickly. Hold the fort, gentlemen.
Subscribe and ring the bell while you're at it.
Yeah, ring that bell. You know, leave a comment. There's over 400 people watching right now. Let's make some noise. We're 1-1 apiece here, as Moyen is going to draw, as well as Zan here.
Look
Zan
at that.
Knife.
Moyen has the 1-drop and 2-drop, the perfect ones that he needs in his hand. Okay, we go 1-drop, 2-drop hiss, 3-drop pan, sing friends, question mark, or quest. Pretty good curve to start out here if you're Moyen. Something you definitely want to see.
Agree, but go ahead and take a look at Zan's hand, because Zan will have, I mean, obviously the Vitalosphere not favored over the Popsicle, but will be able to do the Vitalosphere, pop the Vitalosphere for the bell on the first play, which I assume is much more valuable when you are going second. When you are on the draw, I got to imagine that's a much more powerful play here. You want to keep the shark, but do you pitch it back to try to find a few more early tools, knowing that you're probably going to be able to find the shark back anyway with all the cycling? That's the question.
Yeah, considering the brawl as well, you have your turn to ramp. You are going to be forced to discard a card when you challenge with Bell into the Cursed Merfolk, however. So that is something that you need to consider. You need something in your hand to pitch. But that doesn't necessarily mean you want to keep something bad. But it looks like he's going to get rid of the Vitalosphere and gamble for a Popsicle, potentially. I mean, we've said the Bell Popsicle on turn 1, but Zan has not done that, is not elected for it every time he's had it. But there is the Popsicle and double Bell. Will he go for it this game in the face of the Cursed Merfolk?
Yeah. I mean,
get rid of those songs in your hand, right? I mean, that way Ursula can't take them, Shark can get them back. It's a win-win, and they're uninkable.
Absolute win-win. And I'm wondering if did Moyen draw into an Ursula Deceiver? I didn't see
if he has one, then he did. I know he didn't have in his opening hand. It looked like he did keep those 4 and pitch the other 3. So he's got his first 4 turns planned out here potentially. And the Sir Hiss, as we've been saying this entire match, is going to be absolutely crucial. That character is so hard for Zan to remove. Basically impossible without Shark or B-Prep. And in game 1, I don't know how much lore it gained, but it was a significant amount, probably like a 4th or more of Moyen's final lore total was that snake just getting in for one. Getting in for one, slithering in.
That Sir Hiss was not taken down, I think, for most of the game until that B-Prep came down. But here we go. We're starting off the match with the Cursed Merfolk. Obviously, I'm assuming that we get the Popsicle into the Bell play here.
Yeah, Merfolk, a great start for Moyen, but Zan once again with that Popsicle Bell opening, and this is the first time he's actually going to take it. Last game, opted to go develop your brain instead, but turn 1 Bell to answer this Merfolk seems pretty important. Shout out to Spessy in the chat, shout out to you, my friend. It's late for us in the UK, so shout out to you, buddy. He's actually so annoyingly good, says Spessy about Moyen. Moyen is a very, very good player. He's a very, very good player. You're not wrong.
Now this Merfolk changes things. As we ink the Sir Hiss, we need the Bruno. We only have 2. We'd like to keep the friends so we can sing and find more answers. So we're forced to ink the Sir Hiss, which hurts a little bit, but getting another Merfolk definitely does not hurt.
No, that's super good. 2 more lore and just going to force Zan to discard some of his cards early, and then hopefully we draw into some of our discard engine and we can just empty his hand. We're going to ink Tipo. Sail the Azure Sea is the ramp card of choice, drawing as a card, and that's going to let us ramp again. Pirate's Life for Zan. Bell taking out this Merfolk. Are we discarding a B-Prep?
Gotta be discarded.
Yeah, makes sense, right, Brent?
That was the Kendall. I'll tell you, training with Kendall, he always goes, if you challenge in to a Cursed Merfolk and it's that early, just get rid of the B-Prep because the Ursula's probably going to get it before you get to play it anyway.
Yep. 100%.
Oh. And a little bit of a, whatever the reverse of a silver lining is for Moyen here, perhaps a bronze lining, is the fact that he doesn't have an Ursula, and this is the game where Zan has most of his songs just ripe for taking with the Ursula Deceiver. But so far, nothing that Moyen can do looked like he was about to ink that Bruno, but thought against it.
Yeah, it's such an important card in this deck to be able to answer the Sharks and the Tamatoas. My camera's gone a bit laggy, by the way, but the Brent and Garrick, you'll be fine. It happens once I've been streaming for X amount of time. The camera gets a little laggy, so apologies for that. But we are here. We are coming through live, and Moyen is wrestling with his inking decision this turn. It is going to be the Bruno. Like, again, he was so hesitant to do it because it's such an important card. But is opting to keep the friends, and the snake's going to be important for the rabbit. I did wonder maybe if we'd see like Quest Merfolk, Snake, and then replay Merfolk this turn. But setting up the Peter Pan Shadowfinder to sing friends next turn sounds pretty good. Ink Vision, and here's how far I'll go. See the line where the sky meets the sea. It ramps me.
Bars.
Mm-hmm. And we are one turn away from either now the Tamatoa Happy as a Clam or the Maui Half Shark here.
Yeah, seeing the Bruno get inked is absolutely huge. I think Zan can now play a little bit more free, knowing there's only one left in the deck. There are, of course, other answers to Maui Shark in the deck with Peter Pan Shadowfinder, Iago plus Improvise, Crabs, yada, 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 but it makes an upright Shark feel absolutely safe on the board.
Mm-hmm. With one Bruno down.
Yep.
One Bruno down in the inkwell of two Brunos. So even tougher decision there. Frank Karsten saying about last game, David Wynn actually said, Moyen not having a one-drop was the crucial point of the game that allowed Zan to win the game. So even from turn one, it was just on the back foot for Moyen. Frank agreeing here. And just like that, we're finding a Cricky off of the friends on the other side, as well as a Chernobog's followers. I got to imagine the rabbit's going to hit the board. Yep.
There's Iago, another big-time character to have in this deck, as Zan doesn't have anything to target.
Absolutely. And Zan with, this B-Prep could come in handy.
Thing is, you don't want to draw it.
As you call it.
You don't want to draw it into the turn you want to play it, though, right? Because you're too scared of these Ursulas. Never feels good to hold on to it. We are going to play down that Maui Half Shark. Bell probably just questing for one. Of course, that Peter Pan Shadowfinder has the evasive keywords, so cannot be challenged. So just a lore on board for Zan. Passing back to Moyen. So only 2 cards left in Zan's hand is super important as well. Like, with 5 cards in hand for Moyen, we can see that he doesn't have any of his discard stuff. But it's got to be something that Zan is probably anxious about.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep. That's what we were mentioning early on. This Ruby Sapphire deck gets rid of a lot of cards from the hand to ink up and get that early advantage, so the discard cards can take advantage of that. Haven't found them yet, but here we start with the Rabbit cycling with these Madam Mim snakes and foxes, as we saw in the last game. But in this game, going first, you can have a huge card advantage in your hand, and the character advantage, and of course, the lore advantage early on here.
Yeah, and now I'm starting to see how Moyen's deck and strategy kind of works. It's very interesting. I think he correctly assumed that he'd be playing against a lot of great players and put almost half draw and half discard into his deck so that it's like, what do you play around? Do you play around the fact that Moyen's just going to keep drawing cards right now? Or do you play around the worry that he might discard you at any moment here as Zan draws into a develop your brain?
We have one item, I believe, for the Tamatoa as he thumbs through the discard and does see the one popsicle, puts it at the top. Of course, you'd like to grab 2, but 1 will do.
1 will do. Help us find another one, all being well. Also, a special shout out to Moyen, worth mentioning. It's currently 1:30 in the morning for Moyen, so staying up super late for our entertainment.
Hopefully he had a nap.
Hopefully, yeah. But yeah, staying up super late to play out this best of 5 match. So we are very grateful for Moyen for his time. We're going to play a rabbit, finds us a sudden chill. So there's 1, but now suddenly Zan has 3 cards in his hand, courtesy of that Tamatoa. So You know, you're like, your windows to just empty the hand can be gone so quickly. Like when you're recycling these portacles with Tamatoa.
Absolutely, and if you sudden chill here, I'm wondering exactly which card Zan decides to let go of.
Probably prep, just to get, again, it's the rule of thumb for this game, right? You know, you'd rather just get rid of these things that, like, Ursula gets them for free. So, unless you are playing it on the next turn, there we go. We do fire off that sudden chill, and away goes the B prep. Like, this isn't a board that you care about B prepping. You're not about to lose the game. So, I think it makes the most sense. Plus, you know, portacles are drawing for us. Develop's going to help us dig, find that next portacle, whatever it might be. So, I respect the decision to get rid of B prep. There's a McDuck Manor. Not the time for it now. Do we just ink it just to get to... we probably draw first, right? Yeah, we quested the Tamatoa, play the portacle for free. That makes sense. Don't need to use any ink here. Another mana. Okay.
Whoa!
I mean, like, Moyen with the answers at the moment, like, where there are foxes, you know, that's one of the reliable ways to get rid of locations. Cricky here as well. But maybe Zan builds up to that right turn, depletes some of Moyen's resources, maybe gets a B prep off, and then you can play, like, a double mana.
I believe Zan just grabbed Popsicle over Visions of the Future here. We'll be able to play the Popsicle.
I respect it. You want 2 live for when you find that next Tamatoa. So, I get it. We are going to play that with double mana.
Force those characters to get sideways. As you said, Baker, in the pregame, the multiple threats that force these characters to become exerted to challenge that McDuck Manor makes the Maui Shark that much more powerful. And again, we saw that Bruno go into the Inkwell. Zan's been keeping that in mind. It's not likely that another one is going to come down and stop this Maui Shark from cracking back if the McDuck Manor is taken out this turn.
Improvise is nice. Shame we don't have an Iago. Otherwise, that would represent a pretty clean way to deal with the shark. But yeah, you're right. This McDuck Manor going to incentivize Moyen's turn sideways, and then the shark can feast.
But we do have the Madam Mim, Snake, and Fox. So
yeah, there are ways
you might
to deal
be able
with it.
To make some use of that with an improvise.
Definitely ways to deal with the
probably.
mana.
So. I mean, what do you bounce back? Do you bounce back the rabbit for the draw? Do you bounce back the Peter Pan Shadow Finder so that the shark can't, you know, cleanly take it out, and you can at least bluff like you have maybe the Peter Pan Shadow Finder with an additional crab to be able to play down, right? Like there's
1 ink away from doing an insane Cricky Fox play, but
exactly what I was thinking. Exactly what I was thinking. Just doesn't have enough to be able to just. I mean, how disheartening is that? If Moyen quests the rabbit, plays the fox, is able to put down the Cricky and take it all out with just the Cricky and the rabbit together. I mean, would have been absolutely bonkers.
Shout out R&B you can improvise chat who says shout out to bold people. We can't forget the bold.
Hey, thank you.
They offer a service.
R&B.
Like
you got me. You got me, buddy. Okay. Moment of truth. Looks like the rabbit's getting bounced back.
Yeah, we need cards. Like we you know, foxes and crickies are good for, like, you know, battling back, but we still don't have an answer to this shark. We need a crab for that to go with this Shadow Finder. Yeah, we need more cards. We need more resources. Only 2 cards in hand for Zan as well, and none of the discard stuff.
Can clear it
with the improvise.
But there's no way to leave something unexerted or leave everything unexerted on the board. There's no possible way to do that.
Exactly. Maybe you improvise first. Oh, interesting.
Just letting it stick around for a turn. Go for it next turn with the Cricky.
Lucifer, Cunning Cat is pretty spicy.
I like Lucifer, yeah.
Forces the opponent to discard either 2 cards or 1 action. We've already gone through 2 B preps, although a lot of actions in this Ruby Sapphire deck, of course. And that's going to be it for Moyen, yeah? Just drawing some more cards, leaving everything up. That's going to be 2 lore for Zan Syed during the set phase. Already said draw.
finding a Tipo is pretty bad if the Lucifer does come down next turn. But of course, we're probably going to see Cricky. But you never know.
Right, and if you're Zen, do you play the Shark or do you play the McDuck Manor? I got to imagine the Shark is the play, right? Especially when you know that a Bruno has been inked, like, ugh.
I think they're both pretty juicy.
There's only so many answers that Moyen has to these big bodies, the Sharks and the Tamatoa. Obviously, Tamatoa, you just make challenges with boosted foxes, things like that. But Sharks are hard to deal with. You can still boost up your Sir Hiss or your Peter Pan Shadow Finder, but one Bruno is gone, and I don't see any reason for Zan not to just play down this Shark and just continue to, pressure. There's some good actions in the discard that we would love to get back, and if Moyen doesn't turn sideways, then McDuck Manor's just going to keep gaining lore.
I'm going to tell you an absolutely nasty card for Moyen to draw here would be Prince John. It's not, but that Lucifer along with
Prince John.
We have not, only a 2 of in the deck, notably. But like you called it, Garrick, you absolutely called it in the pre-show. Moyen not struggling for cards with all of the Amethyst card draw. I mean, again, up on ink, up on cards. The only thing he's not up on is on the board.
Yeah, if he can get this board under control, he can definitely come back. I wonder if he's kicking himself for inking the Bruno. Of course, Moyen is a fantastic player. He still has the snake in hand, but the snake can be very useful, of course, with the Merlin Rabbit. Can bring back Cricky if you need to reuse that ability, or Lucifer. I mean, it's so versatile. But the importance of the Bruno cannot be understated in this specific matchup between these two decks.
Yeah, we saw earlier Moyen really toying over the turn where he inked one of those Bruno. It wasn't an easy decision, so important that card is. With only 2 in the deck, and here's the Diablo challenging into the Tamatoa just to draw us another card. Something that actually helped Moyen win the game on game 1. Shout out to Earl Meister, who says, didn't know this was best of 5, but I'm too invested now to stop watching. I guess I'm not sleeping until 3 a.m. I can absolutely understand that.
Same. An absolutely ultra megatonic game that we are playing here. I hope I said that correctly. The Fox will neatly take it out after the Cricky is played.
Yeah, this
we get rid of the Tamatoa.
3 strength to everything on board. Peter Pan Shadow Finder hitting.
Oh, and a bit of a Madam Mim Mambo here.
Yeah.
Being played down as a Diablo also hits the board.
Yeah, making sure that nothing is going to stay sideways to give a target for this Shark. Yeah, I was a little surprised to see the Peter Pan Shadow Finder be the card to go into the Tamatoa, because obviously that's something that can be boosted to take out the Shark. But I guess we didn't have another option, and we've got to get rid of that Tamatoa. But yeah, really nice play from Moyen there, just looping his characters to stay ready.
And
talk about a choice here. What do you go for?
Yeah,
we got the 2 popsicles. Let's go for that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you go for the thing that lets you draw 2 for popsicles. Absolutely, especially with 2 Sharks already on the board, right? I mean, I know we had 3 Sharks in a row game 2, which was great, but don't need a repeat performance. 8 ink for Moyen, who draws another giant spectral parrot.
Look at Zan playing around Lucifer here, keeping the Tipo in hand.
Keeping the Tipo. A lesser player might have inked that Tipo, but you walk right into the 1 of Lucifer, and Zan heads up play, showing why he is a Lorcana champion. I mean,
get the sudden chill off the top here.
Oh, and then it's close.
Prince John.
We see Prince John for the first time. Can't play
both.
Lucifer. No, you can't play both this turn, but maybe a nice setup for next turn. But yeah, really nice nice spot there.
Ooh, the question is, okay? Moyen holds off again.
There's a kick cloud kicker. Just gonna ink it. And once again, Moyen out-inking the Ruby Sapphire player. Crazy.
Mm-hmm. By 3 ink. Moyen very smartly and very patiently holding back that Lucifer. However, Zan now will be able to draw back into this game by popping those 2 popsicles, playing down the Happy as a Clam. I mean, ugh. But yeah, you only get to play back down 1 if you ink, but you're... Moyen cannot be happy to see that, especially when you know that you waited an extra turn for that Lucifer.
Yeah, to repeat the point that you made a moment ago, the two of you, yeah, not inking that Tipo, keeping the extra card in hand to play around the one-off Lucifer, which, as we know, is in the hand and would have got rid of a Tamatoa and a McDuck Manor. That's some juicy value from a Cunning Cat. So, yeah, super heads-up play. Bit of a stalemate.
I'm wondering if now is... Yeah. I mean, now is a great time to play down the... Because you can afford to play down the Prince John as well as the Lucifer. But even if you strip away 2 cards from Zan's hand, it's not like before where he was down to 1 card. Now he's got 2 popsicles still in hand. I mean, he'll be able to draw. And then all Zan has to get rid of is the Maui Hero to All and the Tipo. Wow, what a match.
Yeah, it's
what a stalemate.
It's all getting a bit carried away now, though, Zan just drawing so many cards, making it so hard for Moyen to be able to, you know, find another window to empty his hand.
Yeah, each one of them at 7 possible lore to quest with on the board. Of course, Zan with the advantage on the lore total. If he's able to find a couple actions next turn, it could all be over. So this is a pivotal turn for Moyen for sure.
Yeah, it's just choosing the right turn to pull the trigger, right?
Yeah.
Because you can then visions of the future into visions of the future into visions of, you know what I mean? Like, into develop your brain, gaining 2 lore off of each card as you're basically pulling ahead.
Oh, here it comes, lads. We play the Prince John and now 5 ink. For the Lucifer Cunning Cat, who is going to get 2 cards because there are no actions in Zan's hand. So
Tipo and Maui, probably.
Tipo and Maui, yeah, and that's going to let Moyen draw 2 cards as a result of this greediest of all Prince John. What do we find?
And if they're 2 sudden chills here, that would be absolutely backbreaking. Instead, find 2 Chernobox followers, maybe the worst cards to find right here. Oh,
not great. Yeah,
maybe a crab. Maybe that might be a Merlin crab and a Chernobox follower.
You can improvise into double sudden chill, but decides to play the Chernobog.
To be fair, oh no, that's all our ink. Yeah, I'm just counting the lore potential. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So if his board isn't touched, then he can win the game.
Thinking about removing the Grandma Tala here with the Fox, maybe. Could also do it with the Snake, yeah.
Zan could go to 14 otherwise, and then potentially higher if you've got actions. Yeah, you can lose one of this lore. We do it. The Snake trades with Grandma Tala, and we have exactly Special like this. We've got Story on board.
Got Story on board.
I'm gonna stick to game on board, nothing personal. But shout out to you, Spessy. But yeah, we do have the potential to win next turn. Can Zan do anything about it?
Let's see.
Oh!
No! But I mean, but that's not great for Zan either because you're at a huge ink disadvantage here, and your 2 Maui Sharks. That is not the card that you want to see. I mean, what is Moyen at here? 1, 2, 3. Oh,
but you lose otherwise, though. Like you just
he's got 11 on board, right?
7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Yeah.
So Moyen only at 11. Not
Moyen
exactly.
Moyen needs 14 to win next turn.
Oh, I'm looking at there's a 6 and a 9 that we're looking at the wrong way around. Yeah, so the snake didn't matter either way. It's still 2. You need 2 more turns, but still that B prep is good. Like, can you let Moyen go to 17.
Oh, man.
Well, the Tamatoa quested for 2. The Sharks can quest for another 2 to 13. I'm wondering if there's a way that you can get... Finding Pirate's Life with the Popsicle would be crazy.
Cool.
Yeah, but you can't... If you play anything other than B-Prep, you are only at 6 ink right now, so you can't even Popsicle to look for something to see if you have better odds. I mean... This is an absolutely sweaty decision here.
Little technical
so much
issue
so it looks like
that we're just sorting out. Apologies, we'll get back to that soon. But yeah, that was my bad. I was looking at the lore as the ink as the lore for a moment. I got carried away, so sorry, chat. But yeah, not quite there. But Moyen, like, again, super patient plays, right? To find that turn where he can get over the line. Here we are back in Pixelbor, and I think they just need to put their lore and their ink back to what it should be.
It's risky for sure not to do anything about this board right now, but you're in the driver's seat a little bit. If you're Zan, you have the decisions to make. You have Tala available, you have Popsicle available. If you were to find a Pirate's Life, feels pretty good, but again, it's a tough decision because Moyen can't really just quest here. You can wait a turn, I believe, on the B prep.
Yeah, because
you can't quest into the
that
Sharks.
Moyen isn't going to just quest everything out. So if you get greedy, there's not really a punish. I mean, what's the punish? If Zan waits a turn for this, I guess the punish is Ursula. Because if Ursula Deceiver comes down, your whole day is done.
Yeah, that's definitely a punish. Ursula, then he draws a card off Prince John, potentially finds another Bruno or more discard cards to empty your hand.
Ooh, yeah.
You're kind of punished either way. You know.
These have been bangers, mate. We're not even done. This is best of 5.
Yeah.
We've had 3 bangers.
These have been incredible.
He plays the Popsicle down and says, I'm going to risk it. If Moyen pulls the Ursula Deceiver, Moyen essentially wins this game here. I mean, what math is going on in Zan's head to allow him to deduce that this is the correct play? I don't know, but man, I would love to hear from chat what people are thinking of right now as Zan decides not to pull the trigger on the B prep, maybe get a little too greedy. Pirate's Life!
It's pretty good. If he thinks he can win the race.
Pirate's Life may be one of the worst cards for Moyen at this point. Ooh.
Yeah, every single lore counts. And he does keep a Pirate's Life. It's too juicy to draw a random card off the top, which is probably not as good as a Pirate's Life in this instance.
Yeah, I mean...
And no evasives.
I can understand, like, the at least thinking about it, because if Sail finds you Develop, finds you, like, Vision, then, like, maybe there is a world where you gain enough lore from the Sharks to just get there. But, yeah, Pirate's Life... Definitely the safer play here. Maybe the better one as well, most likely.
Wow.
Moyen's going to need some absolute heat off the top.
Uh-huh. Down to just 4
Still at
lore.
only 16. Yeah. Do you quest the other Shark? There's no... I mean, there's no evasives on board. And it's not like Zan can take... Or it's not like Moyen can take out both Sharks at the same time.
No. You could Peter Pan, Shadow, and then Crab, but that's already 6 ink. Inking Maui.
Yeah, then would be able to sing the Bruno onto the other Shark with Lucifer, I guess. That's the only way to do it, but...
We ink Maui, and we're just questing with the half Shark, so that's going to take us up to 16 lore. Again, this is game 3. Moyen went first game 1, 1 on the play. Then Zan 1 on the play, game 2. This is our 3rd match, but it is not the decider. Best of 5 to conclude the legendary Cross Continental clash. Again, shout out to Pixelbor Connect and the entire team.
Pavel, we love you.
Pavel, a god among Lorcana personalities.
Did find the Ursula, so can
Yeah.
potentially draw a card off of this with the Prince John.
Sure.
I'm sure Moyen knows exactly what he wants to look for, or he's thinking about it. Chernobog can get him closer, Rabbit can get him closer, Diablo can get him closer, and Ursula can get him closer. He doesn't know that, but can draw a ton of cards this turn, as well as improvise. So he's going to do some fishing here.
Absolutely right. But the thing is, you got to remember that Zan is representing the win on board here. I mean, it will be as simple as taking out that Tamatoa happy as a clam. But still, we'll need to find an answer for that amongst the answers that he'll need to find, because by taking out the Tamatoa happy as a clam, either you sacrifice your own characters so that you are putting yourself further away, now only at 5 lore, or you leave something exerted and those sharks will be able to eat. So rock in a hard place for Moyen right now.
Yeah, it'd be really nice if he had a crab on the board instead of in the hand to take advantage of that ability. We're gonna hypnotize here. He doesn't know that the Ursula can hit, so Hypnotize is guaranteeing him 2 cards for an additional ink over the Ursula.
Mm-hmm. And if you're Zan, which do you throw away here?
Probably McDuck Manor. Because if he doesn't clear both Sharks and Tala, B-Prep wins you the game. Because you'll get the lore from the Sharks before they're banished.
Oh!
Mm-hmm.
Garrick.
Yeah, they see that.
Smart.
They see those things. We do get discard the McDuck Manor. Draw 2 cards, one for the Hypnotize, one for the Prince John.
Yup.
All right, so you need to play Crab and Shadow Finder to get rid of one of the sharks. So you need to find that. So you need 5 ink. You can still ink this turn. Can you improvise and Ursula and still do that? 1, 2, 3, 4. No. You can do one or the other.
Yeah.
And you don't know if Ursula is going to hit. So you have to go improvise here. Or, yeah, you have to go improvise here probably. To look for another card, because you need Peter Pan and you need Crab to boost that Peter Pan.
Oh, man. Moyen doesn't know it, but he's 1 turn away from potentially losing this game, a crucial game in which Moyen went first. Moyen was on the play here.
Mm-hmm.
Zan showcasing exactly how powerful it is when you do get that popsicle bell combo as well. But let's see.
Yep.
Let's see what Moyen
gonna go for the improvise.
Yep.
Giving himself as many chances as he can to find the out that he needs, which is Peter Pan's Shadow Finder. There is Sudden Chill that can be sung, and again, search another card. And he still has 2 options available with the Rabbit and the Diablo, which can both challenge and draw cards if he does not want to sing the Sudden Chill right now. I don't think he'll sing Sudden Chill with Rabbit.
No.
In case you need to dig deeper. Of course, we don't talk about Bruno as also an out, but you need 5 for both plays. You could potentially sing Bruno with Lucifer.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but if you do that, then you're allowing the shark to bring back the pirate's life, which is...
Yeah, that's true.
So it's a rock and a hard place
It's the
here.
awkward position that these sharks put you in where, like, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of situation. So, and just Emerald Amethyst doesn't have a whole bunch of answers to them other than, like, again, the Brunos, which we're only playing 2 of. We are going to pay 2 for a Sudden Chill. Down goes that Be Prepared. We find another Prince John.
Not what you're looking for, especially when Zan's at 0 cards here. Starting to look grim.
Okay, so now with an empty hand, he has to find an action off the top to win. So you're kind of gambling at this point a little bit. You need to get rid of the characters that challenge into the Tamatoa and hope he doesn't draw an action.
Yeah.
Right. I'm counting up the actions right now. 8, 12, 15.
Fox trades out this Tamatoa, and Improvise was played earlier to raise the strength of this Fox by 1. We're going to play another Prince John for 3.
Yeah, just for the lore. He quests for 2. He's got Ward.
We set ourselves up to try and win like 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That would take us to 17 if everything survives.
22 action cards in Zan's deck. Can he draw one off the top here?
Yeah.
It is a win if he can.
And
it is. There it is. Zan wins.
There we
Zan
go.
taking game 3 on a knife's edge. Every single one of these games has been absolutely incredible. I can't believe it. Well, I can believe it, actually. These are 2 of the best players in the world, and we are in the final of the LC3, and we are getting into game number 4, and Moyen will be on the play yet again. He needs to win 2 in a row here to take it. Zan just needs 1 more to go home with the crown, making it 2 years in a row for North America. Moyen trying to prevent that at all costs.
Oh, let's see what comes up here. I mean, I can say this, regardless of who wins, we've all won getting to witness such intense play. I mean, things that I haven't had to think about, things that I've never seen before, play lines that were like, that's what they're doing. This whole event has been one giant learning experience. And next 03 in chat saying Pirates Life locked it basically. Got to agree there.
Yeah. What a bunch of matches and what a pleasure. Like, again, I love this game so much. I love watching this game. I love casting this game. And when you've got players that are just the creme de la creme like these 2 are, it's such a pleasure. Also, shout out to, we didn't mention this, but Moyen flexing the 2025 play season map, which is available at select events. I'm hoping to snag myself one of those this Friday at the UK Games Expo. There's a sealed Reign of Jafar event going on, and these are being given away to the top 8. Over 200 players already signed up and confirmed, so it's looking like it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm hoping to snag myself one of these mats, and I like Zan's. I don't know what it's from, but it looks cool.
The 2024 map. Really excited to have an opportunity to try and win the 2025 one as well. I think I'll probably do that at PAX. I'd love to go to Gen Con. I applied for a press pass, but they haven't gotten back to me. I don't think I'm getting one.
Man, I would love to do Gen Con one day. I've heard so many legendary things about Gen Con that I super hope that I get the opportunity to come over and do it one day. But yeah, beautiful.
I believe there's a 2-year anniversary panel going on at Gen Con that Ravensburger is putting on for Lorcana, so we might get some fun, interesting information coming out of that. It was paid, so you had to get into the con, and then you had to buy a ticket to get into that, and it sold out already. At least that's what I saw on the website, which is absolutely incredible. The game is on fire. People are in love with it and really excited for Reign of Jafar and Fabled, of course. No, everyone's talking about Fabled.
I'm excited.
Oh, for sure. I need to
No.
I need
We've
to
got
get
the Reign of Jafar first, Garrick. Let's enjoy the Reign of Jafar first, okay? Everyone wants to look
dropping
to the future.
This Friday.
Oh,
Frank Karsten in chat, by the way. Gotta say, love all the guides you put out. Please keep them coming. My wife and I always read them. It is part of our tradition before we go in and play some sealed or draft.
Oh, so, for sure.
Yeah. If you are not on the Frank Karsten limited guide, please check it out. I'm sure it'll be dropping soon.
All right, now we've got
this
2
next set, Reign of Jafar.
Legendary tokens by Zan, so hopefully that will represent that. It is 2-1 currently to Zan Syed. If you're just joining us, welcome to Game 4. Yes, you heard me right, Game 4 of this finale of the Lorcana Cross Continental Challenge. Legendary Lorcana Cross Continental Challenge. It's a best of 5. Zan is 2 games to Moyen's 1. Moyen going to be on the play this game. And as Garrick said, Moyen needs to win 2 in a row, whereas Zan just one more win and he will secure himself the crown and LC3 champion season 2.
Not that I'm rooting for anybody, but I want Moyen to win this one, so we get number 5.
Yeah. If that happens, I will say this right now. I do have a hard out in about 40 minutes. So if we take this to a game 5, I will sadly have to bow out, and you two will be doing the finals by yourselves, but more than capable.
Well, we shall see.
The two of you.
We shall see.
We shall.
If we get a game 5, then we lose Brent, which is sad, but we get more Lorcana, which is a positive. But it's been great already. Even if it had been just a best of 3, right now we'd be hyping up what an epic conclusion that was, but it is not over. Will Brent still be with us by the time we get to the end? Place your bets in chat right now.
The stakes have never been higher.
Never.
For only me specifically.
never been higher.
Oh man, I'm honestly hoping that this goes to a game 5. Even if I can't be here for it, I want to watch it back later and be like, oh, I wonder who's gonna win. Gentlemen, who do you have here? I mean, we're watching top tier Lorcana. What are you thinking?
I would love to see Moyen. Sorry, go ahead, Baker.
All I was going to say is I'll let you know if I see this bell turn 1, and then I'll let you know what I'm thinking.
I know.
I would love to see a Curse Merfolk. There it is. It was hiding behind the curtain. He's got the 1, 2, 3 curve, and considering keeping that Prince John, which can be his draw package, Moyen has been favoring that, as we've seen in these games. Something that'll draw him cards, and look.
That's pretty good.
That he finds the Ursulas, he finds the Sir Hiss, and on the side of Zan, we have the 1-drop, we have the bell, but we want the popsicle. We've seen him toss back the Vitalis Sphere before, saying that's not good enough. I'll be way too far behind on cards in hand. If I do that and challenge the Merfolk, I need the popsicle to make this work.
Yeah. So what are you keeping Bell and Sail and shipping the rest? Has he already?
I mean that was his MO. I don't believe so.
It shouldn't be.
I don't believe Zan altered
Moyen's going first, so Moyen should be altering first. So I'm guessing he hasn't. But yeah, this is a pretty nice start from Moyen. We've got that Merfolk, Ursula 2, turn 3. We can play John and sing Sudden Chill, or maybe we want to play the Sir Hiss on 2 instead of Ursula. That's also pretty. This is pretty good. Seems a pretty reasonable start for Moyen. Going to ink that improvise. The Merfolk on the board, passing over. Zan finds a Grand Martala. Very nice. That's going to be good for turn 3 after our turn 2 ramp. But yeah, it appears that Zan had done his altar. So this is going to be the opening hand. We ink McDuck Manor. I guess we're playing Vitalis Sphere and popping it immediately. And to something you said earlier, Garrick, is that, yeah, getting this bell down turn 1 is super good. But if it's courtesy of this Vitalis Sphere, then we're 1 card less than we'd like to be. And especially if we're about to challenge a Cursed Merfolk, we're about to lose even more. So, still good to have the bell, but definitely would have preferred a Popsicle there.
We Ursula here, or we go for Sir Hiss? We didn't Sir Hiss on turn 2 last game. Because we went for the Merfolk. I would love to see Hiss come down as we do. We get the Prince John next turn. We can sing Sudden Chill. We can play double Ursula on 4, maybe. I don't know if there's 2 songs in hand. Probably not going to be likely, but there are options available. I do like the Sir Hiss on 2 for sure.
Yeah, no, I
and
agree.
we don't quest
Popsicle, the best card. Literally, I was about to say Popsicle is probably the best card you can find here. Zan finds it, and now he's not in such a bad position because that Prince John is incoming. The Sing with the Sudden Chill with the Sir Hiss incoming as well. And, I mean, without the Popsicle, Zan would be 1 card down. Yeah, wow. Wowie wow.
Yeah.
And he doesn't quest with the Cursed Merfolk, waiting for the Prince John.
Yeah, makes sense, but that Popsicle about as good as you could have hoped for that draw off of Saudi Azure at Sea. But yeah, super patient from Moyen to keep his Merfolk ready. Wants as much to get as much advantage off of this Prince John as possible. We are going to see the Prince John hitting the boards, the greediest of all, and then I think this Sir Hiss is perfectly safe to sing our Sudden Chill and get our discard pumping. Develop your brain going. Probably gives a read to Moyen that there's no songs. Otherwise,
ooh, another Sudden Chill off the top.
Ooh, and Zen may have a lot less cards by the end of this next turn, with Moyen gaining every time that he has to discard off that Prince John. This is...
We find a B-Prep, it's catastrophic. It's a shark. Now we have to ink a shark to play this Tala, which isn't great.
Right, but it will give you an extra card in hand, which is something that Zan doesn't know is absolutely necessary to protect the shark and the Tamatoa he already has in hand.
That another shark on the left? Or How Far I'll Go, I think, and a Brawl.
Looks like a Brawl and maybe How Far I'll Go, maybe Develop Your Brain.
I think it's How Far.
Yeah, it is. That's not great. If he has another Ursula and you keep How Far I'll Go, you're so punished.
That's sucky.
Yeah, especially because you can't sing the How Far I'll Go. I mean, one of the notable differences between Sapphire Steel and Ruby Sapphire is the ability of that bell to sing any kinds of songs. In the Steel package, definitely a lot more to sing.
Too scared of the Ursula, and shout out to him. Zan has been playing around everything that Moyen has so expertly. We saw in the last game keeping the Tipo was crucial in that game.
Frank Carson says, this game of Lorcana is far too difficult to confidently determine what the optimal line of play is every turn.
True. We find a rabbit.
I bet he's got a better idea than most of us.
I'm still not over that Simba play he made when you two were casting the last LC3.
Well, yeah, ready all the Lilos, shift onto the bodyguard Simba. That was absolutely insane. And
as we
Zan with
Sudden Chill
voice here, because you'd want to keep the you do want to keep the Brawl, but
Brawl's great for Merfolk. It allows you to get rid of it and not have to discard.
And this
but are you... I mean, you're going to discard one of the Shark or the Tamatoa to the Merfolk if you don't Brawl anyway, right?
Interesting, yeah.
Another Sir Hiss.
And I imagine we have to quest the Merfolk here, right? In what world do you not quest the Merfolk? And for what reason?
Yeah, I think you definitely
Don't see
do.
Why not? Play down this rabbit, drawing us a card, inking us a hiss, finds us a kick cloud kicker. Not the greatest character in this particular matchup, and we are going to turn that Merfolk sideways, questing to 4. And of course, this Prince John still on the board, representing extra card draw. Find a B prepared.
Ouch. Not the card you want to see, especially when we know that Moyen has the Ursula in hand.
That's so bad. That's so bad. You have to ink Shark or ink Brawl this turn.
Yeah, and you don't even have enough to play down the Shark. Only at 4 ink here. Ugh.
Yep. If that Ursula comes down next turn,
we're having fun.
It's huge.
We're having fun. Moyen will be having fun.
Definitely.
Moyen's having a good day.
That's the thing, though, with these Ruby Sapphire decks. I mean, especially the build that Zan has, I feel like he will still be able to make a comeback if he draws into the right stuff. But, man, what a difficult position.
Discards to be prepared.
Yeah, it makes all the sense. Might as well use that as your discard for taking out the cursed Merfolk.
Check the Hypnotize. The Hypnotize.
We're gonna brawl the rabbit.
Be the last card.
Yeah, you have to. Moyen's got 5 cards in his hand, about to go up to 6. There's no way you hold that Shark. Especially at that ink point, right? Because you're not playing it anytime soon. No. I think we're going to a game 5, lads. I'm going to say it now. I'm going to say it
Two
right now.
sharks into the inkwell, a Tamatoa into the discard. It's tough times out here if you're Zan.
I think we're seeing a game 5. I'm saying it right now. I'm saying that this is going to be 2-2. Zan Syed on the play for game 5. First time we've really seen the discard engine perform as advertised.
Yeah, I mean, look at the versatility. I mean, that is the Emerald Ink theme.
Wow,
no.
mamas and everything fall in Moyen's way.
Here, he knows it's be prepared, right? He knows for a fact it's be prepared.
Yeah, like there is nothing else in this list that you do not ink or play there at all.
Right.
You have your choice here. You want to snipe it with Ursula, or you want to hypnotize it?
It's got to be Ursula, surely. It's got to be Ursula. You get the card draw.
Yeah.
Might as well pop the bog first. We do hypnotize. Okay. I am a little surprised there. I would have thought it would be Ursula, but either way, that B prep gone. Is that 2 gone now?
We got
3?
2, and we have an army of snakes here in hand with the 2 Sir Hisses and a hypnotize.
Bunch of hisses.
Yeah. Interesting to hypnotize instead of Ursula there, but I guess you have the other hypnotize, so you're not feeling too bad about it. I was thinking maybe in some world Moyen's afraid that Zan is just bluffing and he's holding like a Tipo back, trying to bait out the Ursula or something, but that would be an insane play to hold back a Tipo and not ink it to get the 6. Oh. Another Sir Hiss hitting the board. A lot of evasives here. Zan running out of Be Prepareds, and this is looking bad. I don't know if there's any other way to put it.
You can never be too prepared. We find a Brawl off the top. Not exactly what we're looking for. Yeah, I was just wondering if there was a world, like we were discussing, like Ursula or Hypnotize there, and like how clear the read is that that card was B prep that Zan drew, and I do think it's pretty clear cut. Like, I was just thinking maybe if you drew Tamatoa, would you hold it in the hope that next turn you can ink and play the Tamatoa? I mean, you still run the same risk of it being discarded, but maybe there's an argument that it's kind of a, well, like, I either get this Tamatoa off or I lose. So maybe that's a read that it wasn't a B prep. I'm not sure. I'll try and ask Moyen about that after the game, and nonetheless, I do think the writing, evolution is a mystery. I see the line in the sand. Everything turning sideways that can, taking us to 11, and we've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We do have game on board. Yeah, because you can't touch these evasives.
And you don't have enough ink to play B prep. I think that this is a scoop here from Zan.
Yep, I think this is it, and we're going to game 5, my Illumineers. Again, shout out to the chat. 370. It's been between 370 and like 420 for like the last hour or two. So shout out to everyone up in here, especially if you're in Europe and it's very, very late. And there we go.
And we're
going to game number 5.
And I'm still around.
Yeah, I mean, that game was like 30 seconds long.
Hey.
We've got plenty of time.
Like, when it goes the way you want it to go as the discard player, and again, like, some unfortunate sequencing of draws from Zan Syed, like, B preps at all the times you don't want to see them. So we are going to game 5, my guys, my villains, to decide, to determine the champion. However what, Brent?
One thing to think about is because Zan won that game on the draw, Zan now gets to, on this final game of the match here, go first. He will be able to be on the play as the Blue Eyes White Dragon comes in to say hello from Lorcana Villain.
I bought this at Comic-Con.
That is sick. That's so good.
I love it. It's
good.
It's the Toon version. It's Toon World.
Oh! Very apropos.
That's some nostalgia for sure.
I've wanted this figure for like a few years, but it's always been like 40, 50 quid, and I'm like, it's too much. Like, I will spend money on useless geeky things, but that's too much. And it was 30 at Comic-Con, and it was the only thing I bought. So I was like, okay, This is the time, and I'm super happy with it. Anyway, sorry, I just wanted to show off my Blue Eyes Toon Dragon. We're going into Game 5, the finale of the LC3. Again, a huge thank you to both of our players, to every player that's played throughout the LC3. We appreciate you. Everyone in chat, the judges, the Pixelbor Connect team, not least of all, Pavel. What an LC3 it's been. I'm already super excited for what Pavel has in store for us in the future.
Baker,
yes,
please.
for sure.
Don't forget to put up that other legendary icon next to Moyen here, representing. We are at Game 5. It is tied up 2 apiece.
You're right. When you're right, you're right.
In some of these sweatiest matches I've seen.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's
bangers, coming through the screen here.
This is where legends are made. And look, we're keeping the Prince John. We're shipping everything else, maybe. I don't know. We want that Merfolk on 1. It feels so important, and it fuels the Prince John. But we are seeing the absolute versatility of Moyen's deck. It can play like 3-4 different play styles. It's incredible, and Moyen knows how to do all of those play styles expertly.
The question is, do you mull back and alter both of your 1-drops here? Because if you do not have a 1-drop, that's
that's tough.
Pretty nasty when you are the tempo deck.
On the draw.
I'm
the draw, right.
keeping a 1-drop, keeping the Sir Hiss, and keeping the Prince John. That's just me. That's the cloth I'm cut from. But Moyen's built different. Simply put, he wants to find what he needs to win this match, and he knows exactly what that is.
Do you think Moyen's doing math right now, calculating exactly what the chances are of drawing into that
the calculations in his head? Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think it's a Zach Galifianakis
exactly that? Yeah.
Series of numbers coming out?
Let's see. He's found it every other game, and now he's got a way.
Like no, he doesn't even.
And that's so much worse than what he had before. And that's the risk.
He doesn't have a 2-drop.
He doesn't have a 2-drop. That's the risk you run when you alter 6 like that. I mean, Emerald decks do this pretty often. I've been playing some Emerald Steel, and it's crazy the amount of times I send 6 and 7 with these decks looking for the exact cards I need to open up. But this is game number 5, and sometimes you got to risk it to win it all. But look at Zan's side. I mean, it's not perfect either. You do have the T-Po, though.
No, yeah, T-Po's obviously important. We do have the Bell, but no item card as of yet. At the moment, our turn 1 play seems to be just to develop your brain. But where there is ramp, there is a way.
Right, but both players bricking, I think, only benefits Zan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
And I wouldn't even consider Zan's like a brick. He's got so many ways to fix his hand his hand with Vision, Tala.
Like, his hand's fine, it's just not the Porpsicle sail into Tala, into how far I'll go that, you know, he would probably like it to be. But this is still perfectly playable. Develop your brain. I missed what it found us, but is played nonetheless. Over to Moyen.
A T-Po and a Tamatoa. You kept the Tamatoa.
Gotcha. Kit is going to be inked. And no turn 1 drop for Moyen. 11 1-drops in this deck. Missed them all. And on a turn where we have no Bell.
Right. And if another turn goes like this for Moyen, he won't have something to put on 2, which is going to be absolutely devastating. You're going to allow Zan to not only ramp, I mean, at best, you'll be able to kit Cloud Kicker in a turn. But, I mean, you're putting ink back into Zan's hand with that T-Po, so it's not even necessarily as good as, say, you know, Sisu.
Yeah.
And he misses a 2-drop.
He does miss. These first couple of turns are so pivotal to, like, just get out as much early lore as you can, because ultimately, you know, as the game goes on, it goes into the favor of the Ruby Amethyst player. The Ruby Sapphire player. So yeah, not the start Moyen wants to see. No 1-drop, no 2-drop. And Zan with the ramp. We're going to ink Vision. And is this a Tala? Yep, it is. Can we find out how far I'll go off the top of this? We find a Porpsicle. That's also perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, that's great for the double Tamatoa that you have in hand. And I know that hindsight is 20/20, but I guarantee Moyen wishes he kept a 1 and a 2 in this matchup instead of risking it for the Cursed Merfolk and not finding either of those early on, and now he has to play the Prince John with no discard in his hand, unless you want to play a crab or just play a friend's and skip another turn essentially.
Ooh, yeah, it is
tough because like you do want a body to get rid of this Tipo and then the Thaler if needs be. Obviously we'd love to play John so that is just live for when we draw our discard cards, but is there a world where we crab here just so that we actually can make a challenge? Do we care?
Maybe you do crab here. I mean, crab also gives you the option to sing friends on the other side if you change your mind and want to go that route instead. I mean,
yeah, I respect this. I think getting the body on board is important. Yeah, you can't let this Tipo and Grandma Thaler just go unchecked. Find a Pirate's Life off the top, but we eating ice cream today.
Yup. Ooh, another popsicle about to hit. And then we're about to be able to recycle those popsicles back to hand with the Tamatoa happy as a clam on the next turn. Zan doesn't know that there is not an Ursula Deceiver in the hand of Moyen right now, and that Moyen is struggling, so inks the Pirate Life. Maybe a little bit of a silver lining for Moyen, but yeah, not much to look forward to if you're Moyen.
There's the sudden chill. Would have loved to have known we had that last turn. Perhaps would have influenced whether or not we played the Prince John. But as you said, Garrick, hindsight do be 20/20. But yeah, this is looking really good for Zan. He can ink to 6 next turn, play the tower, recycle those Porps. We are going to sing a sudden chill with the Merlin Crab. Maui Hero to all. Going to be sent to the discard. Draw a card because of Prince John. We find a Shadow Finder, which is not bad. We ink a
Still no one drop.
Yeah, we've got the improvise that we can play. Yeah, just to dig a little bit more. Another Prince John. I'm not liking how this is panning out so far for Moyen. We're definitely seeing Tamatoa this turn. Be prep.
Me neither. Yeah, unfortunately, Game 5 was the time that the Toolbox deck chooses to betray Moyen a little bit here. Unfortunately, doesn't have the right packages for what he's trying to do, is not looking nearly as cohesive as it was looking a few turns ago. Moyen now scooping back up the 2 popsicles and challenging into the crab, taking away the ability to bounce it back and do a Peter Pan Shadow Finder play if Zan is able to find that Maui half shark. I mean, what do we do here? Fellas, is there anything Moyen can do?
Needs to find Bruno.
Yeah.
It needs to, like, either this Tamatoa needs to turn sideways and allow, like, Moyen a fox or a crab. There is a cricket in hand. Or we need to find a Bruno for it. Or we just need to, like, deplete Zan's hand, right? Like, if we've got another Prince John in hand, yeah? So if we play another one of them, and then maybe we play a Hypnotize, and then have one John sing sing Sudden Chill, it's still not enough. It only gets rid of 2 cards. This is a hill to climb for Moyen, 100%. Zan just could bomb.
Do you ever sing friends with Prince John here, knowing you have another Prince John in hand? I mean, you just... Your hand needs fixing. It's not super great right now. I mean, Cricky's okay for next turn to crack into this Tamatoa with your Peter Pan.
But they're going to take out Tipo.
Yeah, but I think you're taking away too much of your win condition, which is like Baker said, get down another Prince John, hope you draw into some discard, and then start discarding Zan's hand. Hopefully the draws you get off of the 2 Prince Johns then lead into more discard that you can use to start stripping Zan away. But Zan now finding the shark, popsicle being played for free, another popsicle in hand. I mean, the cycling is about to begin here.
But to your point, Garrick, like, you can't wait around for that all day, right? There comes a point where you've just gotta draw cards. But at least we've got the Shadow Finder here that can do it instead. So I respect waiting one more turn because again, we've got the Peter Pan to sing Friends instead and hope that we can get something together. Another Portugal played by Zan, who's going to pay 6, and down comes the Half Shark, the dancing partner of this Ruby Sapphire deck that Zan has created. The Tamatoa and the Shark very much leading the charge and singing Pirate's Life all the way.
And Chernobog's followers, not what you want to see here. Friends on the other side having to be hard cast because you don't want to turn that Peter Pan sideways. The second that you do, that shark gets to eat for free and get back that develop your brain, turning this into a card that you can use to keep cycling more lore your way with the shark's ability, Chi-Hu. I mean,
honestly, I think I want to cricky this Peter Pan Shadow Finder and take out the Tamatoa more than I want to sing Friends. But at the same time, I don't want to do that because that's my only way to touch the shark. So I'd rather boost something else. So again, it's a bit of a tricky predicament here for Moyen. If he sings Friends, he gives up his Peter Pan Shadow Finder straight away. So yeah, I think you have to take the value here. You boost up the +3 from Cricky and you have this trade into Tamatoa. I think you have to. It's either that, you sing Friends and you lose the Shadow Finder and the shark gets to recur in action, or you do nothing. I don't think you can spend another time doing nothing. Another turn, should I say.
Well, luckily, Chernobog can cycle this next turn,
yes,
which will net you something as long as a brawl isn't found by Zan, which is not impossible here with the current hand. A Popsicle, a Develop, and a How Far I'll Go.
Yeah, but with that second Tamatoa, happy as a clam, Zan's about to have 2 more Popsicles back to his hand here. How far I'll Go's about to put another into the inkwell, another into his hand. He'll get to decide that new shark. I mean,
yeah, it just all went right. It went right enough for Zan. Okay, it doesn't ask a lot, right? Just turn 2 ramp into Tala. We didn't play How Far we've played it now, but not as soon as we like. But we ramped into our Tamatoa, who was able to get back 2 Portugals. That is huge. Moyen missed 1 and 2 drop. That is huge.
Frank Karsten in the chat doing the math for us, saying he had a 95.6% chance to have found a play by turn 2, but hit the 4.4%.
Wow.
That he did not. I mean, and the B-Prep played.
Yeah, and the chat just commenting on the mulligan, obviously, again, pointing out again, we are 5 minutes ahead. And the chat right there with you, Garrick, like, quite surprised at the alter choice made by Moyen there.
Wow.
I mean, he went hard for the Curse Merfolk, and it ended up backfiring. But again, hindsight 2020. If he finds the Curse Merfolk, if he finds another Sirhis, we're not talking about this right now. He's probably way ahead in this game. And now, I mean, you find Rabbit off the top, which is the saving grace from that Be Prepared. But I don't think it was a bad one from Zan by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, if Moyen starts finding discard off the top, it could turn into a really, really tricky situation for Zan with the Prince John out on the board. So I don't hate it.
I'd like to think that Moyen's perspective is along the lines of, this is game 5 of the finals. I've gone through the whole tournament. I've gone through 4 games now. This is the last one. I'm on the draw. Like, I'm in what I think is probably a bad matchup anyway. I need a really good start. Like, I don't think a good start is enough on the draw. Maybe that's something to do with Moyen's perspective, that it's like, again, famous quote by Zach Bivens, did you come to win or did you come to play it safe? Like, there comes a point where you have to make that choice, right? Like, did I come to continue to play safe, or is this the term where I say, well, if I hit this, I win?
And a little bit here with the Lucifer and the Prince John combo, I am seeing. I mean, if Moyen is able to draw an ink, he'll be able to play both next turn, and that might be able to turn the tide a little bit of this game. Zan ahead on ink, Zan ahead on lore, about to be ahead on board, but I mean, don't count out the Prince John and Lucifer combo here. Still a little bit of life here. Not the worst 2 cards that he could have found.
Unfortunately, has all the Popsicles in the world and finds a brawl. Wonder if you ever brawl the Rabbit here just to close the door even further on Moyen's potential comeback. He's thinking about it.
You've got
also
to
have
the
the
rabbits,
opportunity
man.
to put Bell.
You've got to kill the rabbits. Like
that's a lesson I learned early on. Yeah.
Yeah. Just kill the rabbits. Like
right, but if you banish that rabbit, the rabbit draws an ink, and then Zan is able to, wow, and Zan doesn't do it. He instead goes for this play, maybe understanding and maybe playing around the fact that there might be a Prince John and 2 discard cards in the hand of Moyen.
Keeps a brawl also, right? Can send that to Lucifer instead of discarding 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, Friends
holding
is
on
not
to Brawls
bad.
just for Lucifer's is pretty heads up as well, to be fair. Friends is really good. Being able to exert our onboard rabbit. We find a bog and a hypnotize.
Hypnotize is pretty strong, but you know he's got the double popsicle in hand, so do you risk it and go for 2 here with Lucifer, or do you just go Prince John Hypnotize? I like Prince John Hypnotize Chernobog potentially.
I think you ink the Chernobog. I think that you play the Prince John, and then I think you play the Lucifer. That way, you're potentially stripping 2 cards away from Zan when he only has 4 cards in hand here. Oh.
Goes for the Hypnotize line. Gonna get 2 here regardless. That's what Lucifer would net if did not discard an action. There's a Bruno.
Bruno's
That's
a
not
really
bad.
nice card to pick up, and we still have enough ink to be able to put down this Chernobog. So I respect both lines. Obviously, knowing what we know about the hand, this is the better one because of what it would have been just the Brawl that was discarded. So yeah,
Sir Hiss here sets up a threat as well, but decides to go for the Chernobog.
Did we ink that turn for Moyen?
I don't believe so.
No ink. No, he was at 7 before. He had the ability to ink and then play the Prince John.
Yeah, Sir Hiss is obviously super good. There's not a shark on board at the moment though, so I suppose this bog is just digging for more cards. Tamatoa gonna quest, play a Popsicle for free. Free ice cream, everybody. What a day. Finds ourselves a McDuck Manor.
Ooh, McDuck Manor, not a bad pickup here.
Yeah.
Zan, if he's counting and might be asking to see the discard soon, might go for something a little greedy here.
1 Cricky in the inkwell. I believe he has 3 in the deck.
A crab already in the discard pile. Ooh, a lot of different options here.
Moyen having a flick through the discard. Always important to be aware of what you've gone through, what's still in the deck, what options are available. A half shark coming down for Zan. And the bell, I've got to imagine, is going to take this rabbit. Yep, let's get rid of it. I'm hunting rabbits. Find us a Diablo. Again, no lore on the board for Moyen at this point in the game.
Bell can eat a nice tasty treat here and heal up as well.
Yeah, if you so wish. There's more Tamatoas in the deck, so these Popsicles are going to hit the discard at some point.
Because you know that you're not incentivized to ram either Chernobog's followers or Prince John in. It looks like Zan's not going to pop that Popsicle just yet.
Gonna brawl this Chernobog with the final 3 ink here and gain a lore from the Maui Shark.
Yeah, taking us up to 10 lore. So
it's kind of risky. It's kind of risky to do that because if Moyen has a discard card and a Bruno, you lose your Shark and he draws 2. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
So kind of risky on that play for sure. We'll see if he finds one.
He does have the Bruno already, and with the but he can't play the Lucifer and the Bruno.
Yeah, can't do both.
Ooh.
But Zan halfway to game, 10 lore to Moyen's 0.
Hitting either is big with Bruno, but going for Lucifer instead to just strip the hand.
Because then we just sing. Because then we just sing Bruno with Lucifer next turn. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, hopefully, if you're Moyen, Zan does not do one of those Ruby Sapphire things and chain into 5,000 cards, like Vision into Develop into you know, a
But I mean,
Tamatoa
like,
to get back to these obstacles. Like,
at the same
that's
time,
a nightmare.
I don't think you can hold it against the red-blue player when that happens, though, because the deck is built that way, right? Like, with so many of these low-cost actions, like Vision finding you another action, I think is very reasonable. You just scryed 5.
Oh, for sure.
So again, like, just to the point of, yeah, that's great, but it's quite realistic that it does happen, right?
Yeah, deck definitely built to do that, and Maui will gain an insane amount of lore in that scenario as well. But despite the bad start, Moyen has fought back valiantly here, found the discard cards, was able to empty Zan's hand despite playing a whole bunch of popsicles this game, and we'll see what he gets off the top. This is going to be pivotal, I think, and we cannot see it, but it is a vision.
Future. The worst card, probably.
Like, I had a vision in the future myself. We're going to look at the top 5. That's going to gain us a lore. You've got to think that this is either going to be a How Far I'll Go or a Develop or another Vision. Something along those lines, if any of those cards are there.
Oh, boy.
He's being coy. It's a Develop. Yeah, we found a Develop.
And here is the nightmare scenario we just laid out. Almost verbatim.
He's hiding them from us on... Is that another Vision? No, it's not. It's a Popsicle
and How Far I'll Go.
So How Far I'll Go is also very good here.
Both cards keep the chain going.
Yep.
He would have loved to find a Tamatoa there, I'm sure, to get these popsicles back and establish another 2 lore quester, but
it's got to be How Far I'll Go,
we're still fishing.
Like, we've got 6
being able to...
playing it.
Yeah.
Playing the popsicle for free after questing the Tamatoa, not a bad option, but Zan instead goes with the How Far I'll Go.
We are going to sing it. Shark. Yeah, that leaves us open to, like, and if we find another How Far I'll Go, then we can then hardcast that. I used to avoid saying hardcast because it's a magic thing as far as I know, but I recently found out that they don't mind it because we're inkcasters. So hardcast is officially okay. So hardcast is officially okay, by the way. I used to avoid it, but they're good with it.
Now you quest it out and play the McDuck Manor and just challenge him and say, hey, will you be able to remove everything? I think that's exactly the play Zan's going for here. And now this is a crucial moment. An absolutely crucial moment. Can you take out everything, especially a crab and a shark sharing one manor owned by a duck? Who would have saw that coming? Oh, and if you're Moyen, what do you do? Can you answer everything?
Oh, Meister, I kill rabbits. I can do what I want. Shut up. Listen to the man trying to patronize me over chat. I will cancel you,
you definitely sing Bruno to find another card. You want to find a crab. Cricky would be sick.
Sudden Chill.
Sudden Chill gets you closer to that potential reality here.
No cards.
We have to remember Fox is in play as well as Peter Pan's Shadowfinder, but you want to clear this Tamatoa.
Yep.
You have to clear this Tamatoa.
We're at 16 lore. This McDuck Manor's taking us to, if we don't remove it, taking us to 18. So, yeah, and Moyen's still at 0 lore. Like, such a shame. Like, we've had, like, even this has been a banger, right? Considering it's felt quite one-sided. But Moyen playing it out so well. So it is a shame, like, just the lack of 1 and 2 drops. What a difference it's made to this entire match.
I've got maybe one more turn in me, and then I got a jet, fellas. So I want to see. I'm hoping that this game can close out in the next 2 turns here because my time is up. But I'm staying because I want to see how this plays out. The Lucifer singing we don't talk about Bruno. Of course, the Peter Pan Shadowfinder coming down. He'll have to 2-for-1 to take out the Tamatoa.
No,
happy as a clam. Oh no!
We've got to get rid of it. And then the Fox comes down, and that's going to finish off this mana. Okay, cool. We bounce the Sahis. Can we replay it?
Yeah, you can ink and replay it and get rid of the bell.
Yeah.
That is true because of the Shadowfinder.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, nice sequencing. Yeah, so this Fox finishes off the mana, and then this Hiss with Rush, courtesy of the Shadow Finder, finishes off the Bell. Yeah, nicely played out.
Yep. Still, Zen will be at 18. He has options in the deck, all the cards that will allow him to cycle on top of the fact that he could draw Pirate's Life right here and now.
Zan always keeping it a secret. He's excitedly readying his ink, so he must have a banger in hand.
What's it
He
going to be?
has enough to even play.
We got the Illuminated Champions League in chat, by the way. Shout out to them saying, will the ICL finish round 3 before game 5 ends?
Shark. Ooh. And a shark.
Big.
Yeah, that's huge.
I don't think that there is a Pirate's Life though in the discard. So this game still isn't over.
We could top deck one or any action. I think
right.
you might get your wish.
Improvise is really good here because it means your Fox can take out the Tamatoa cleanly and you draw.
But yeah, you might get your wish, Brent, unless we can remove this shark, which I'm not seeing a way. And then
I don't know the Bruno count. I know he just used one, but I think he has another in the deck.
Yeah, I don't know any others.
I don't think he inked one.
Cloud Kicker.
Cloud Kicker.
We don't talk about Cloud Kicker. Fox is going to finish off that Tamatoa, courtesy of the improvised buff +1 strength. And then Pray, I guess. Or Cry.
Wow.
Crying's also acceptable. Yep, nice. Quest the Prince John, play down the snake to reset it, play it once again, another 3 ink gone, and we're going to play out our Diablo and the Curse Murpho. Just put everything down that we can. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And any action ends the game here.
Oh!
You quest out the shark and play the Be Prepared!
Be prepared! And that finishes off the game. And Zanzied takes it 3-2. Gentlemen, your
amazing
thoughts?
Match. Well, I think it was everything we wanted it to be. I'll let Brent go here because I know he has to go. So let us know what you thought, Brent.
What? I have no words. That was some of the best Lorcana I've seen in a while. How exciting. How riveting, how crazy, all the numbers, all the percentages, Frank Karsten, all of these people in chat, just going along, giving us all of the fun lines and all of the things that we missed. What a fun day of Lorcana. Congratulations to Zan Syed. Congratulations to Moyen. Both of these teams putting up so much. I have to go. Thank you so much, everybody. My name is Brent Mukai. You can follow me at Brent Mukai across all social media, except for YouTube, at which case I am Brent's Quest. I hope to see you again soon. And thank you, Baker. Thank you, Garrick. Thank you, judges. Thank you, Pavel. Thank you, everybody. I'm out.
Thank you so much, Brent. He is linked down below. Go and check out Brent. Go and show him some love. But yeah, it's late, so I'm going to immediately unmute the stream and see.
Just barely overlapped where my mind is completely.
Yeah, shout out to Brent, absolute legend.
But dude, you played so well.
Lorcana Villain is listening to the players talk right now. We'll see if we are getting an interview. Again, it is super late out there. They're 6 hours ahead of us or something, 5-6 hours.
In Germany, it's currently 10 to 3 in the morning.
10 to 3.
The Discord playing is like.
But they're just chatting. They're doing post game chat at the moment. So
I love the rabbit. Yeah.
I'll let them finish.
Really kind of, I think in this matchup you have to abuse that. You have to like try to let rabbit stick a turn every turn, and you can't just like play rabbit bounce. You have to play.
If I could have brawled it, I would have brawled it, bro.
Yeah, I know.
If I could have brawled it, I would have brawled it. It just wasn't lining up.
Yeah, like one of the games you brawled it very early, which makes sense. But still, I mean, I'm happy if you have to brawl my rabbit.
No, it's not a great exchange. Dude, yeah.
Okay.
Super well played. Let's go. I'll see you in there.
Yep.
Yeah, discussing the banishing of the rabbit and how important that can be, despite it not feeling necessarily great to do, but sometimes just absolutely necessary. But let me jump us over to the Lair Big Cams. There's an evil laugh. And let's see if we can hear our players. Zan and Moyen, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Hello, wonderful. So, gentlemen, it's been a long stream and it's super late. For that reason, Moyen, we're going to start with you. Obviously, I think, is it 10 to 3 in the morning for you, mate?
Yes.
Yeah, so, yeah, so you're probably keen to get to bed, so we'll start off with you and keep it short and snappy. As far as we're concerned and as far as the chat were concerned, like 5 absolute bangers. That last match, obviously, a bit heartbreaking. Moyen missing turn 1 drop and turn 2 drop, but still playing it super, super well, and just all those games are great. The chat were really active. So first of all, thank you both for your time, for playing not just this match, but the entire tournament. We're super grateful for your for you putting on this show for the Lorcana community. Garrick, is there anything that you'd like to ask Moyen? Again, I'm sure that he's keen to get some sleep, and I know he's at UK Games Expo this weekend, same as me. It's going to be a busy one. So, Garrick, anything you'd like to ask Moyen?
Moyen, first of all, I'd just like to congratulate you for making it to the final. That was one of the most incredible matches I've ever seen in my entire life. The way you were able to pilot your deck, the toolbox as it was, having the discard package, having some evasives, having aggressive lines, being able to go into the late game. It was really incredible. I just wanted to, I guess, give you the opportunity here to tell us what you thought of the LC3 this year, and how you felt about the final match overall. I'll let you take it.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the kind words. I tried my best to put on the show. I still feel like there was like few missteps here and there that I could definitely, well, I hope I could avoid on like a little bit more sleep. But overall I'm happy with how I played. The LC3 overall, I mean, it's always a pleasure being able to play for the community. I think in the future maybe we'll have to. It's difficult because we kind of like tailor the event towards the audience, but then and so a lot of rules kind of get changed midway, which doesn't always feel great. Like even now it was like, do we play best of 3 because I have very, very little sleep, or do we play best of 5? Like all these small things kind of, I think it might still make sense if they could all be decided before the tournament starts.
Prematurely, yeah.
But anyways, I understand that like it is for the audience, and kind of the players have to abide by whatever the changed rules are. Also, well, honestly, I didn't expect. When I submitted my deck, right, I think the big story about this is my deck was built to beat Artabax,
Okay.
and also I didn't quite expect Red Blue to make it to the finals, because I thought only DKP would bring it, and like Kurt would probably expect that and build a deck that beats him. In the end, Kurt ended up playing Amber Steel, still beat DKP, but I didn't expect Zan to play Ruby Sapphire as well. So my deck like was missing a lot of the tools that would improve the matchup, like a few more Brunos, the 4th Murfolk, stuff like that. But all things considered, I feel like for the most part I got a lot. Like I played towards my chances pretty well.
Mhm.
I think game 2 I think I kept the Peter Pan's Shadowfinder, which like with the friends together, which I'm not sure I have to, and like I ink a Bruno a little bit, like something like turn 2, where my entire hand's like very, very important, but maybe I can still hold on to the Bruno there. That was a very difficult decision, because the Bruno, while it's my only answer to Shark, if I get to the spot where like I don't have, because I can't just Bruno the Shark as it comes down, right? I have to like draw enough cards, discard enough of the hand so that I can then Bruno when they're already at like 10, 12 lore.
Yeah.
When then I'm finally have them on 0 cards and then can press out. So it's not, if I keep the Bruno, it's not like I get into the same spot, but that was a very difficult decision. And then like in the game 4, which was the only fast game, I also kind of autopiloted after Zan kind of committed to play out their entire hand every turn, and then they sigh and
draw a card for turn and can't play it, and it was like it could have only been reprep. Like I could have just played Ursula there instead of Hypnotize.
Yeah.
But I was so far ahead, he was never getting to 7 ink, and it didn't really matter.
Yeah.
Maybe he would bluff me, but yeah, that's another thing where I could play differently. But outside of that, I think some of the greatest moments were also the one snake did so much work, because I think there was a lot of turns where I played Fox to bounce the rabbit instead of snake, even though Fox didn't have any use case. But really keeping the snake for when I need a 2-cost bouncer, and it allows me to do something else where the Fox would have been too expensive. Or another of my favorite moments was like the setting up the mana on 7 willpower, or on 2 damage, so that I can then like tricky it down without giving the shark something to hit into.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall, I hope everyone enjoyed the matches. I definitely did, and also while like I don't love playing until 3 a.m. I think now that I've played these matches, it would have been a shame not to also talk about them. So I'm open for any questions and everything.
I'll be honest, like from my perspective, like the one thing that jumped out at me was the one thing you just addressed, because we were discussing, obviously there was that turn where Zan had 5 ink topped, it might have been 6 ink, topped B prep, which we knew obviously, and then just passed, and we were saying, well, this is like one of the easiest reads, there's nothing else that you don't ink or play here. So we were expecting to see the Ursula, but you've already spoken to that. So that was one of the big things from me. Garrick, any other things that you'd like to, since Moyen's happy to answer any other questions, or anything else that jumps out at you, mate?
Yeah, there was one specific play, and maybe I'm misremembering it, or maybe I missed something during the play, but it was either game 2 or 3. It was the game where Zan had 3 sharks out in the Tamatoa, and you could have outed the Tamatoa with snake and rabbit, I believe, but you played double crab. I was wondering why you went for that instead of playing 1 crab and using your Bruno with the 5 ink to out one of the sharks, so he would have been left with 1 shark on board instead of 2.
I do remember a game where that was the case. I think I was playing towards like the line that you were describing. If I remember correctly, the line that you were describing is like still putting me in a rough position, because I then don't, like, I'm not able to take out a shark via challenging, and my removal to sharks that are not exerted, like with stuff like Bruno, is very limited. So I was like drawing off the crab of rabbit first, because I was still looking for like evasive removal. I don't quite remember the exact spot, but I do remember the line of thinking that I was under.
Okay, that makes sense.
And other than that, like that, the game 5 altar, obviously, you know, took a bit of a risk there, throwing stuff back to try and find something a bit more optimal. I kind of put it down to perhaps your perspective being, I've played this entire tournament, I'm now in the finals, it's game 5 of that finals, I'm up against Ruby Sapphire, which you said yourself you wasn't expecting to necessarily see in the finals, and you're on the draw for that last game. Was that a bit of an influence in how you altered for that final game, just sort of saying, I'm on the draw, I need better than okay, I need like a really solid start here? Is there anything you can talk to us on, speak to on that?
Yes, so it is not, I don't think it should ever matter like the stakes that you're playing under. Like if I was playing locals and I really want to win, I would hopefully make the same plays as if it's like a high stakes match. And yes, it could be seen as a risk, but when playtesting the matchup, the difference between opening something like Followers Sir Hiss or Merfolk Ursula was like night and day. Like
it's not good enough in this matchup to open, like to just use your ink, because it's like anything that's not Merfolk is extremely slow, and then Ursula is a little bit swingy depending on if it hits or not, but you kind of have to go for Ursula as well as your 2-drop, or a second Merfolk could be great, because if you just let them freely get the how far I go off, they're just a little bit too quickly to get to the first 6-drop. And it actually turned out like even on the play, you can't just keep bad curve. You have to kind of mulligan for Merfolk in this matchup, but especially on the draw, that was like a very easy decision to say, okay, I need the good 1s and 2s, and yeah. So otherwise, I might as well not play the game.
Yeah, I respect that, and I also like what you said about, you know, the stakes not necessarily having an impact. You know, you want to be making the right moves, whether it's a world championship or, as you say, a local league, and just always play to the best of your abilities. But that's, as far as I'm concerned, that sums it up. I have no doubt there will be lots of people that couldn't catch this live that will watch it back. Again, best of 5, 2 of the best players in the world. So if there are any comments or questions there, I'll be sure to send them over to you. But other than that, I'm satisfied as far as I'm concerned. Concerning your side of the field, Moyen, again, congratulations on coming so far and just playing that match out so well. Unless Garrick's got anything to add on, I would just say, is there anything that you would like to plug? Any thank yous, any shout outs before you hopefully get off to bed?
Yeah, of course. So well, I hope we hear some input from Zan after this as well. But
yeah.
Shout out to my girlfriend and my podcast with Tree and Brandon, sometimes Brandon nowadays. So we do a weekly podcast called Lorcana, if you guys don't know it. Metafy content has been a little bit less recently, but it's kind of just due to the meta not being not really changing that much in set 7. Even set 8, I think will change like some slight things, but nothing groundbreaking. But especially when rotation hits, I think there will be
that's gonna be
a lot of room to explore again.
Yeah, you're gonna
looking
be
forward
busy,
to
man.
that. Yeah, and yeah, soon I have to catch the flight to UK Games Expo. So anyone going there, I'll be happy to meet up. And also congrats to Zan for the win. It was a pleasure playing.
Love that, and that segues us super nicely into having a chat with Zan. I think Moyen's gonna lurk in the background and maybe catch a little bit of this. But Zan Syed, thank you for waiting patiently. Congratulations, the second ever LC3 champion. And we were saying before the match that, like, I really appreciate the LC3, these events that Pavel and Pixelbor are putting on for a number of factors. One, it's providing fantastic content for the community, for the players, you know, giving them an opportunity to play against some of the best players in the world. But also it's given judges more opportunities to sharpen their skills. It's given casters an opportunity to, you know, show the community what they can do. So I just think this event all round is a super net positive for the game. How does it rank up for you, Zan Syed, with multitudes of experience and success in DLCs, prepping for Worlds? What does it mean to you to win this fan-led event?
Means a lot. I mean, in the first one, I lost in the finals to Zach Bivens, good friend and good competitor, and it was kind of a bittersweet ending, and I really wanted to come back the second time around and try and win it if I had an opportunity. So I'm glad that I got to redeem myself. Yeah, I love this event, and I want to help it grow whichever way I can, and I, you know, thank all the people that are involved, including yourself, that helped put this show on.
That's awesome to hear. Garrick, please lead us off. Anything you'd like to pick the brains of Mr. Zan Syed from that best of 5 that we just watched unfurl?
Zan, first of all, I want to say congratulations as well for becoming the second LC3 champion, making it 2 in a row for North America. Shout out to all the North American players who have done so great in this event. Also the European players who have done amazing as well. But in that match, like I told Moyen, it was it was some of the most high skill expression that I've seen in Lorcana consistently over 5 games. And the way it was going back and forth was absolutely incredible. We could see Moyen's hand. You could not see Moyen's hand, and vice versa. And there were many times when we were noticing both of you playing around potential cards that could just completely blow you out. For instance, there was one turn where you kept the Tipo in hand. When you could have played it, you could have inked it and kept just 2 cards playing around the Singleton Lucifer in Moyen's Moyen's list. I just wanted you to go over briefly, if you could, your preparation for this matchup, how you felt it would go, and what you were trying to accomplish early in these games to secure a victory late.
Yeah. I spent 45 minutes to an hour yesterday preparing for the match, and I practiced with some of my friends and / teammates the matchup, and basically, I wanted to have an understanding of what the plan the Moyen is most likely to go for, and how to react to that, right? Because in this matchup, it's about what I decide to play around, and Moyen is going to be the one who's going to have like the crux of the most amount of decisions, right? Because the discard limit the amount of decisions I can make, so it's about when I'm willing to play around certain cards, right? Like when am I around, like gonna play around the Hypnotize? When am I gonna play around the 1 of Lucifer, or the 2 of Bruno, right? Like, so I'm just like really paying attention to what is being inked and what has been used, to just like play around it, right? So, there was a game where I knew that, I think it was game 3, where Moyen had inked an Ursula on 2, and then played his second and third Ursula, and so I was just thinking, oh, now I can just keep these Pirates' Lives in my hand, because there's a 0% chance that Ursula will tag them, right? And so, yeah, so it's just me being aware of what's left in Moyen's deck, and yeah, I would say like the deck choice itself is what carried me to victory, because yeah, basically I had to think about my opponents and what part of the bracket I wanted to play around, right? I think that like playing around the end of the bracket was where I kind of wanted to land, like beginning in, and I knew that there was no way to pick a deck that would be perfect for the whole bracket. Like for example, I knew that DKP would not audible, right? He would just play blue red no matter what, right? So that meant that Kurt got like a free situation of like, DKP is just gonna play blue red, so I'm gonna metagame against that, and gives him the leg up in the matchup, which means that if I get to the next round, they're playing against a tech version. So I have to think about like, okay, what are cards I can play that are not Sisu, right? Like that can deal with the early game. And I landed on Bell, which was instrumental in me making it this far, right? And so, yeah, it was I felt like in this tournament, especially in this last portion, the deck choice was the most important decision, and it was made far before the finals.
Games are, I'll quote Spessy, games are won and lost in the deck builder, which I think pretty true. Yeah, incredible showing, and like you mentioned the bell, that was like before the match when we were discussing it. It was one of the interactions that we were saying like we thought very early on was going to like put a lot of emphasis on where the momentum was going to lie in the match, like whether or not that Bell could come out turn 1, and we did see her put in a lot of work, and you credit her to being the reason that you got as far as you did. So yeah, just overall 5 incredible games of Lorcana. Go on.
It is bad in this matchup. I do want to state that because Moyen isn't an aggro deck. Like Moyen can take different shapes, right? And so I would say the discard shape, like if his deck is a shapeshifter, the discard shape is the scariest for me.
Yeah.
And Bell is a card that can be a negative card advantage, or most of the time is. And so it definitely got me this far, but I would have traded it. I would have taken it out for this matchup if I could.
I mean, there was a game, or maybe even 2, where you had the option to play it turn 1, but opted not to, and then another one where I feel like you had to. I think you were on the draw against the turn 1 Merfolk. Yeah, and you can't just let that sit there forever. So I get it. It's one of those cards where it's like, this is a good tool, but if I have to do this, then that's bad because I'm losing cards, and yeah, essentially just pros and cons, let's put it that way.
Exactly. Don't force me to do that. And Moyen accurately, I think the perfect example of where I didn't want to do it but felt like I had to do it was game 4. And I didn't want to see all the Prince John and the sudden chills, right? Like, I'm just praying that he doesn't draw that access of his deck.
Why no Sisu?
Why no Sisu?
That laugh told me a lot.
Well, without Coil, Sisu can also become a liability.
Sure.
And so, I like to think that most blue-red strategies, can, if they win in the early game, their late game is so powerful that they're gonna win the game, right? And so Bell is one of those cards that allow you to do what Sisu does later in the game, right? But if you do it early, then you're saving the weakest part of your game, right? Your development part. And so, plus, Inkable, I really think that Inkable matters, right? Like, if you saw the way I kept my hands, I really didn't want to mulligan, as much as I could avoid mulliganing, because there were a lot of cards that made my hands so much worse, right? Like Moyen said, he was like, if I played an Ursula on turn 2, those games look a lot different. So if I can keep a 7 that's slightly weaker but beats Ursula, then I'm in a better spot. So mulliganing can become a liability, and then all of a sudden, if I have Sisu's in there as well as the Be Prepared and everything, then my mulligan becomes even more dangerous.
Yeah.
And I lose to discard 1,000%.
Yeah, just one more thing to worry about, because at the moment you're at 8 uninkables, I think, if I remember the count correctly. So that's got to feel pretty good. Garrick, anything else you would like to run by Zan before we bring this show to its conclusion?
Yeah, I think this is just like a general question that might help the audience that is watching and wants to get better at the game. You talk about the altar phase. Moyen also discussed it at length with his final altar, and I think you both bring up incredibly poignant points when you discuss the altar phase, because I feel like a lot of times games can be won and lost if you're altering improperly. But extending the altar phase and the ability to recognize what your opponent is playing and inking and discarding, or if you see their hand, etc., etc., etc. Is there any way that you think you can, or any advice you can give to people who might be struggling with that aspect of the game, keeping in mind and remembering all these important little details that you and Moyen pick up so well throughout the game, like remembering, okay, he inked Bruno, I can keep this, I can use that. Is there any specific way you practice that or train that, or does it just come with experience of playing thousands and thousands of trading card games?
I think that when you want to change like the way that you talk about the game. So if you've ever been to a tournament, you have to have a friend that has come up to you and been like, "Oh, I lost this way. They drew this card. They did this." Instead
Yeah.
of talking about that, if you were to say, "Hey, this is what I kept in my, in my mulligan, and this is what I got rid of," and you just talked about those decisions instead of what happened at the end of the game, I think that people's win rate and their decision making process, for some reason, I feel like people avoid talking about the mulligan decisions that they ended up making at the beginning of the game, and I think that's the place where you can improve the most.
Self-honesty,
Makes a lot of sense.
I guess. Be honest with yourself, what you did right, what you did wrong, and where you can improve your games. Zan Syed, again, world qualified player, super. I know the community is going to have their eye on you, along with many players at the World Championships. Is there any thank yous, any shout outs, any plugs for anything coming up for you that you'd like to share with the audience? We've still got 170 people checking out this post-game interview, and I'm sure many more will watch the VOD. Anything you'd like to tell us about or shout out?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say thank you to Pavel for making so many things possible. I'm not sure if I would have even been on this Lorcana journey if it wasn't for Pavel. So,
Nice.
I feel like I have to go out of my way to say thank you so much for putting your time into this game and making a lot of our Lorcana careers possible. And then, of course, I want to thank Moyen, wonderful opponent, good friend, and wonderful player. I mean, I would say like he was playing at 99.9% in that match. I was definitely favored, and he made it so freaking close. And it's always a blast playing against him. And thank you to my friends and teammates, Aaron Rubin, Lorcana Bro, and Jeremy Bertarioni, who helped me prepare for this match and many others. And I mean, thank you to everybody involved in LCC, and hopefully I'll see you guys next time.
Yeah, and make sure to check out Zan Syed's channel alongside Jeremy. Fantastic content, and of course for Moyen, check out Podkana for his content with Kawa and sometimes Brandon as well. But yeah, again, just want to give you, both of you players, your dues. Thank you for giving us your time, for helping to educate the community and helping us all learn what it takes to be some of the best players in the world. And yet another LC3 done and dusted. As far as I'm concerned, here's to the, if I had a drink I'd raise it, but here's to the next one. Just again, a great source for good in the Lorcana community as far as I'm concerned. But I think that's about it. So Moyen, thanks for staying up so late, mate. I look forward to seeing you over UK Games Expo. And yeah, just again, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And same to you, Zan. I look forward to when we will next cross paths. Have a great rest of your evening, and I look forward to seeing more of your content, mate.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys. Take care. An absolute pleasure to have you both here. And Garrick, that brings us... We've lost the caster. Only two of us survived. But that brings us to the bitter end. So I'm keen to wrap it up. It's been a long old stream. It's nearly 2:30 in the morning for me. But I want to say to you, thank you so much for joining me. It's a pleasure to have you on, genuinely. I'm going to say it one more time because it cannot be said enough. A huge thank you to Pavel, the Pixelbor team, all the judges. John was our judge tonight. But a shout out to all of them, all the viewers, all the players. Just again, I just think you're all blooming awesome. So a lot of love for the community. Garrick, your socials are linked in the description, so go find Garrick if you are not already subscribed, following, etc. But how about for you, sir? Any last shout outs, plugs, thank yous, anything you'd like to say before I wrap us up?
I just echo the things that I said before. Really grateful to Pavel for the opportunity. It really helped me a lot in my journey to become a better caster or become a caster at all. I wouldn't have nearly as many opportunities as I do now without the Lorcana community and without the LCCC specifically. So I'd like to, of course, shout him out, all the judges, as you said, and players, you as well. Thank you so much for hosting me here and collaborating with me on several projects over the past couple months. Got the Ink Invitational coming up in 2 weeks. JDZ Quest and Color is Law will be in person with me. We'll all be casting it. It is a 128 player tournament, absolutely stacked room. And then for the next one, it's going to be twice as, maybe even bigger than twice as big. I can't say, but look out for that.
Things.
And yeah,
big things coming.
Big things.
Big things.
Yeah,
coming.
Garrick's Lorcana Lair on YouTube. Be on the lookout for my story video. And that's it. Thank you so much for having me.
You love to see it. And yeah, of course, Brent had to leave us, but also link down below. But go and show him some love. But that is it from us for now. If you've enjoyed the stream, please hit that like button. You have no idea how much it helps. And if you do know how much it helps, then you have no excuse. So please hit the like button. It helps tremendously. But from myself, from Garrick, from Brent, and on behalf, hopefully with Pavel's permission, on behalf of all of Pixelbor Connect and everyone associated, players, staff, etc., thank you so much for watching. Please subscribe for all things Lorcana. Hit that like button to show your support. And we'll see you soon.